Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, November the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me, see me, or see my screen. And anybody in YouTube, just a quick check on the YouTube, on YouTube. Make sure you guys can hear me, see my screen also. All right, everybody. Well, we're officially into low float madness, okay? So earnings season is, we still have actually a few companies still releasing earnings, but we're definitely now into this low float madness. It is a cycle. Once we get into earnings season, traders look for something else to trade. And of course, all of a sudden, we start to see stocks like a VVOS yesterday that do the absolute insane move from $4 to almost 50. Okay, pulled back, giving it up now. Now the difference between the ones that I'm seeing today, these low floaters that are going crazy, VVOS, again, whether you think the news was good or not, doesn't really matter. They had some news. Okay, the other ones that I'm seeing today, MINN, thank you, Pepe and Les. MINM, I do not see any specific news for it. Okay, but this is a low float, 1 million in the float. And just as I'm talking about it, it just took out that little high there. In the Agri, the same thing. Agri, I don't see any specific news on it. CMN, I think CMND actually had some news yesterday. CMND. Yeah, so they did. Well, they had some news on the 28th. This is rose after positive preclinical data for weight loss therapy. Okay, so that was on the 28th. And I think that caused that little spike on the 28th, little bit of a follow through yesterday, and now a much bigger one today. And again, what is the float? Don't have the float information right here. And you can see in my float column, okay, you can just check. Now, sometimes, like a Yash, we don't have the float information. I have no explanation for it, or provider doesn't have the information. My advice is not to use float info, to be honest. Okay, I don't use float info at all as a filter. I have the float info here, so I know what the float is. But look at this CMND. You notice it's blank, meaning we don't have any float info. So if you use the float info as one of your filters, you would miss CMND. Okay, so I don't know. I just don't use it anymore. Just in case, we get some of these. Look at MINM now, guys. This is making almost a pre-market high. In fact, I think it just did. MINM. I think it just made a pre-market high. So, I mean, you see what's happening. I mean, basically, traders are looking for today's VVOS. That's in essence what's happening. Now, whether this goes up to $50, I don't know, but so, I mean, most of the things I'm seeing here now, there are some earnings plays. Let's take a look at some of the earnings plays. PSTG is an earnings play. PSTG is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. And it's through the 200-day moving average. That's a big gap down. That's a huge gap down, 17% down. For 292 million in the float, that is a big move. Okay. And then we have some expensive ones. We've got CRM, Salesforce, CRM, big gap up for CRM. Give me a moment to type it in right. So that's a big gap up, another almost $1 billion in the float. That's a big move, 8.8%. Big gap up for CRM. Oh no, the news. We can't find any news on MINM. So somebody in their YouTube bat lights asked, "What is the news?" I can't find any news on MINM. Snow is another More expensive earnings play, gapping up on earnings, SNOW, 7%, 300 million in the float. And ASO is gapping down on earnings. I'm just going over some of these earnings plays. I'll get back to the low floaters. ASO gapping down on earnings. All right, let's take a look at some of these other ones. So SMFL, again, I can't find any news on a lot of these. It's just, again, a crazy low float. Look at that, 500,000 in the float. Just crazy low floats that traders are now trying to find. We can find them. I mean, there's no issue about that. But let's see if they have any persistence once the market opens. Most of these, I can't find any news on them. AMPE, the same thing. I mean, up 58%. Another low float, 681,000 in the float. CAUD. Now, if somebody has some news, if they can find some news, great. 4.2 million in the float for CAUD. Yeah, that's the last news. So yeah, I mean, there's no news that I can see today for MINM. CPNG, guys, this has been drifting down, drifting down. It's not an earnings play. I don't see the reason. I'm just looking. I don't see the reason. Hmm. I'm hearing GME. So after yesterday's big pop, a couple of days of big popping. Yeah, basically flat. ADTX again, guys. I don't know. It's a broken record here. Can't find any news. When I say I can't find any news, I'm just looking at my, my news headlines in Interactive Brokers. I can't see anything. I mean, I suppose I could go to Twitter, I could go somewhere else and try to find something, but I just don't have the time. So, if anybody finds news on this stuff, great. This CPNG though, I wish I could. I don't have any news on this one. This is really giving it up, down 5%. Big float, a billion in the float. So that's a big move. With a billion in the float. The next low looking left looks like around 1487 for CPNG. A couple other earnings plays. I think Nutanix and NTNX had earnings. Where are you? Other earnings plays, ZUO. ZUO is an earnings play. There's the CRM. There's Nutanix and NTNX. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find it here again. Where are you? Well, I'll just type it in. Maybe it's underneath 3% now. No. So Nutanix, NTNX, earnings play. You'll be a buyer of CPNG at 780. Okay. All right, guys, 909. Let me go over some of the upgrades and downgrades. All right, let me get some of these upgrades and downgrades in. What I'm looking for is maybe one stock that has been upgraded by multiple firms. I don't see any right now. And by the way, guys, how's the sound? I know sometimes the sound is scratchy at the beginning. I do a little, I can do something within the room for some, not for all. So if there is a problem, just let me know. Not so much in YouTube. YouTube seems to be okay all the time. CD Group. DBGI, guys, I'm hearing DBGI over and over again. Another low float. Look at that. 500,000 in the float again. So DBGI. I don't see any news on DBGI. Just low float mania, guys. Low float mania. So let me take a look at pins, PINS, Pinterest, and see what the price is. Okay, so it's kind of there already. So Riley, sorry, not Riley, but Jeffries has upgraded them. They had a previous price target of 32, and now they've got actually, I'm wrong, $41 price target. So it is at 33.85, but sinking a bit, moving with the market basically. Now the market, we're in for a nice, as we speak anyway. I guess I don't know, 8:30. I think some numbers came out and hurt the market. Actually, I am wrong. I guess the numbers came out. Some numbers came out. It kind of hurt the market a bit. So those are some of the upgrades. Let's take a look at the downgrades. We have a same size of downgrade list. So we got Fetch downgraded and upgraded. Not by the same firm, of course, but well, guys, I hear MINM. That means it's making a new high. All right, now listen up. OKTA, multiple downgrades for OKTA. I think they had, was it an earnings play yesterday? We've got multiple downgrades for OKTA. We take a look at what it's doing right now. I think it wasn't it an earnings play yesterday? November 29th. Yeah. So this was an earnings play yesterday and multiple downgrades. We've got Scotiabank, TD Cowen, Wells Fargo, KeyBank, and maybe others, but those are the ones that I'm showing up on my list here. So OKTA, multiple downgrades after earnings yesterday. Wow, look at MINM. Look at the volume, 21 million already, 1 million in the float. No news. No news. Not in it. Wow. Okay, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors, major sectors, 914 right now. So let's take a look at the major sectors. So Hermo toolbar, I'll click on new and then dock channel bar and then scroll down a little bit to the show more. And then our sector status, everything should be over 50%. Okay. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 95% in green. What does that mean? That means that 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And I guess oil had a bit of a, should be a bit of a move. And when you look at the other sectors, you can see that every one of them, except for financials about 50-50, but other one is at least over 50%. But as always, I want to see where are these now? We had a couple of laggards, XLE. I'm looking, what are they doing with respect to their 200-day moving average? So there's XLE, guys. You can see again, it got above the 200-day, but it did close below it. But right now, as we speak, it is above the 200-day moving average, that blue line right there. So can't, until it closes today, I cannot say that it's above the 200-day moving average. And consumer staples, that was another one that was below the 200-day moving average, and that'll still be still below and moving a little bit away. And I think I believe every other sector is above the 200-day moving average. Let me just take a look at healthcare, XLV. I think, pretty sure healthcare is above it. No, I'm wrong. So healthcare, so it was above it a couple of days ago. So healthcare is below. So we've got, I mean, XLE as we speak is above, but until it closes today, I'm still going to say it's below. XLE, healthcare, and consumer staples. So those are the three of the major sectors that are below the 200-day moving average. The rest of them are all above. Why is that important? It's more of a macro thing, but in a nutshell, above good, below bad, and that's stocks too. If a stock is above its 200-day moving average, the theory is that it's stronger than if it's below the 200-day moving average. Yeah, Cybertruck today. Yes, Casa. So yeah, 2 o'clock, I think, Eastern time. That will be one eye-catching piece of machinery on the road for sure. There's definitely a love-hate on that one in terms of the design. And I think I said, yeah, I told you guys yesterday, we have some friends who ordered one a long time ago. So I'm sure they're all, I can't wait to see it. It's probably going to take a while before they get it, but oh, it's 2 p.m. Central. Okay. Any scans that can tell us which stocks are going to go up? I don't know. Are you kidding? Like what, 10, like 10,000 or 1,000%? I'll bet you do. All right, guys. I think you're kidding. I know you're just kidding, Jason. Hey, nobody can know ahead of time. But I saw this. What time did I get up today? What did I? My I did 8 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock my time, I should say. So I'm in the West Coast. So this is where I saw it first. Thought, okay, check to see if there had there been some news on this one. I don't care what the news could have been, but anything. I may have taken some. Okay, but I couldn't see any news on it whatsoever. So this is just a for whatever reason, some group somewhere decided at around 7 o'clock Eastern time, let's pile into this one. And then it starts to hit scanners. Give me a moment, guys. Oddly, it doesn't show up on your UpGapper's top list. Um, what are okay, so you don't have mine. Obviously, you don't have my you don't have mine. Um, the only thing I can think of, William, just do this for fun, okay? Go to right click on it, go to time frame, and go to set record count. What is your record count? I really haven't changed this, for 10 years. So, but what's your record count? Right click, configure. Sorry. Right click, time frame, and then go to set record count. 200, really? So mine's only 100. That's interesting. Why wouldn't it show up? Can't be a price range, obviously. That is really weird. Why it wouldn't show up. How about I'm just looking. How about Agri and some of the other ones, AMPI and CMND? Do me a favor and cloud link me on it. I'm interested to see why, if you don't mind. We got time 9:23. Let's see if there's any difference. I mean, I really don't have very many tough filters in here. Price has got to be $1, fine. Only 10,000 shares and up 3%. That's it. Now, what are you sorting on? What are you sorting on? Ah, well, you're doing everything the same. All right, William, what the heck's wrong with you? I see MINM right at the top here. I just loaded it. I mean, I believe you that you can't see it, but looks like it's identical now to mine. So how's it possible that I just loaded your cloud link and you say you don't see MINM right at the top? Boy, that's an ugly color though, in my opinion, that pale green. I was just going to say that. Is it possible you're not right at the top? Okay, good. He's just kidding, FinFan, okay? They're just kidding. All right, guys, getting set for this open. PSTG, fairly well-known earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Let me get to a weekly chart instead of this monthly chart. And let's take a look where it could keep going until it, wow, yeah. So this is still got some room, guys. The next low looking left is 27.98. So almost $3 to the next low on the weekly chart. And this is an earnings play. The market is drifting down just a little bit here, guys. We've got 5 minutes. Still positive for the day. Market is still up a little bit, but drifting down. I didn't go over this IMGN. This is a potential buyout. IMGN by AbbVie. Okay, this is a potential buyout takeover. I didn't really talk about this one. Meanwhile, PSTG continues to inch its ways down. If you cannot identify support resistance looking at price history to the left, would you consider that trade risky? Well, of course, your idea, and I'm not just talking to you, Reiko, but everybody has a different idea about support and resistance. I have a very simple one. I just look left to see where the next low is. If I want to short something, and I look left. If I want to go long something, I look left to see where the next high is. That's all I do. Because most of the things I'm seeing are at the high of the day or the low of the day. So I just constantly look left, and whether that's going to be a resistance area or a support area, I mean, we don't know. But if I can't see it, where my risk comes in is if I'm thinking about taking a trade and then I look left, say I wanted to go long something and say the price is at 36 and I look left and the next high is 36.10, I won't take the trade as an example. So 1 minute, yes, less than a minute. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. I know a lot of focus is going to be on these low floaters. Just be careful. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. All right, we are now open. So MINM. Now I didn't talk about East. East also was a low floater on the way up, but then look at this. This is why I didn't talk about it. Look at that, 183, right back down to one. So I did see that MINM showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 823, but it is early. It is early. So, and it hit 970 or so in the pre-market. I think Victoria's Secret, isn't this an earnings play? VSCO. I think Victoria's Secret might be an earnings play. Yeah. Nothing, no real action in the pre-market. Well, I guess there was some action right at 9:15. I didn't really see it though, but it is an earnings play. Big Lots, BIG. I don't know if this is an earnings play, BIG. Oh my goodness, guys. So there's the MINM. Guess I should have taken it right off the bat. I just have a tough time doing that. But look, I mean, look what happened. I got up. Yeah, I got up to 1033, pulling right back down to 9 something, 8 something. Got to be really, really, really careful. All right, Pinterest on that upgrade, guys. PINS is moving on that upgrade. Jeffrey's upgraded it with a target of $41. So PINS moving on that upgrade. Snap, probably maybe a sympathy move. I don't know if that had an upgrade also. Yeah, Snap. So Jeffrey's upgrading them to a buy. I don't see a price. So Snap and PINS upgraded by Jeffries. APLS. Take a look at APLS. I don't know if this is an earnings play. APLS. Where are you? So APLS is not an earnings play as far as I can see. So here you go, guys. Insider sold 1.3 million dollars worth of shares, suggesting hesitancy. And here's the stock popping up. Oh, look at Snap. Boy, Snap. Just a rip right off the bat. Well, I didn't. Okay, Snap and Pinterest are in the same sector, right? I mean, social media. So I didn't know that Snap also had an upgrade by Jeffrey. So I thought it was sort of tagging along like a sort of a sympathy play to Pinterest, PINS, kind of tagging along because Pinterest was upgraded and Snap's in the same sector. But Snap has also been upgraded. So that's what I call a sympathy play. Okay, what's the market doing? So the market, this is a pretty big sell-off now from that. I guess there were some numbers that came out at 8:30. So it's a fairly big sell-off now. We may even go negative. Think of it this way, Reiko. You see some stock moving higher. So you might check its sector to see what other stocks might be moving. Maybe that stock had some news specific to it, but there could be other stocks moving, kind of call it in sympathy with it. Okay, so very choppy, guys. I mean, look at the this MINM got up to 1086 and then or 1036, then back down to 773. So let it settle down a little bit. I'm gonna stick another alert just around 10 to see if it takes it out later on. Let me explain it a little bit better. You see a stock moving, so sometimes you might look around and say, well, what other stock could move that isn't moving yet? Okay, that's maybe in the same sector. It's maybe lagging. Good example was yesterday, not that this ASA, this OSA, it started to move because it had no news at all, but because VVOS was doing something so crazy yesterday, and they have a device, it's some sleep apnea device, and so all of a sudden, took a while though, but you can see what happened. Went from 79 cents to a dollar 26. No reason other than traders who said, "Man, I missed out on the VVOS. I wonder if there's something else that could move because it has maybe something similar." Okay. Well, just like I explained it, Rico. Okay. If people who missed VVOS yesterday, they're thinking, "Oh, wow, I wonder what other company does something similar, maybe has a similar device, is not moving yet." And obviously, people took a flyer at this one for a while. So AAOI moving down on financing. I couldn't see a financing price. They're looking to raise $80 million. I could not see a financing price. And there we go. I'm sorry. This is the buyout. Okay. So that's something really, yeah, I'd be shocked. Don't even pay attention to this. I mean, this is a buyout. Look at this market. Wow. We are going to probably go negative here. I mean, the Dow, bit of a disconnect. The Dow's up, Nas is down a little. The SPY is basically flat. And look at PSTG. I mean, all indications pointed to something not doing this, especially with the market doing this. This is an earnings play, and it's still down 13%. But this looked really, in fact, now it's through the 200-day moving average, which is the reason I just like to sit out the first 15 minutes, let things try to let things settle down a little bit. So this is low floater SMFL. Again, I mean, look, got up to what? Almost 4. It gets all the way back down to 175. I mean, look at this. This is a giant red candle, guys. Giant red candle. Tank, good morning. A giant red candle here. I forgot to mention VFS. VFS also was very active in the pre-market, but look what it did, 1121 and then all the way back down to 829. So, this but this MINM is holding. It hasn't utterly collapsed yet, guys. So, and I'd be looking at maybe a 10 break later. Not saying it's going to happen. Yeah, this is look at MINM now. It just keeps the it's good to have some news about some of these low floaters just to kind of keep the interest. Again, even if we think the news is doesn't warrant a stock going from 4 to 50, but it keeps the interest. Very big. Big is not a low float, certainly not high. 27 million in the float. Earnings play, EIJ. Okay, well, Agri's holding. Agri hit a high of 247 in the pre-market. Boy, look at this 942. So this still has almost 943. This still has 2 minutes to close. This big red candle here. Now look at Agri, guys. Look at Agri. 14 million shares, 656,000. Yeah, I mean it is on the abnormal option scanner. It is. I'm not sure why it's not showing up here. Ah, I forgot to. I unchecked it yesterday accidentally. So there it is. Yeah, no, I accidentally. I must have been going through, and I accidentally unchecked. Okay, so I'd be a little reluctant, though. I mean, this is an earnings play. It's still beaten up on earnings, and the market is doing this. So I'd be a little reluctant. If the market was a lot, if we're putting some giant green candles, maybe, but yeah, there's a disconnect, definitely. The Dow is up, fairly substantially. The Nas is down a little, and the SPY is basically flat. So there's a little bit of a disconnect in the market right now. All right, guys. Well, yeah, looks like maybe, well, game over for a while anyway for MINM. So I'll stick an alert up around 850. Okay, guys, Coupang at CPNG challenging 15 now. This has had basically a steady move down. I don't see any news on it. And this was moving down, before this was happening in the market. So CPNG, the next low looking left is very close, actually, 1488. So we're very close to that next low looking left. ADTX, another low float, which I could not find any news on. But it's pulled back. I mean, look at this. It got up to $10. It got cut in half. Now it's starting to move. So it's a market high, but nowhere near the pre-market highs. Hard to commit, to something like this when you see that massive drop. I mean, I know it's still up 42%, but at one point, this was up to $10. RNA now. RNA active yesterday, the day before. All right. Well, the first 15-minute candle in the books, and now another one coming in. It's red. So there's definitely a sell-off here. SPY has gone negative. All right. Our friend from yesterday, VVOS, is not quite dead. I mean, it's down 24%, but remember, it's closed up here at 42. Started the day at 4 yesterday. Well, the day before that, it closed at 4, got up to almost 50. I think PVH might be an earnings play, guys. PVH. Yeah, PVH is an earnings play. So far, not affected by what the market's doing at all. Not very much volume though, 310,000. That is 13, almost 14 times normal, but not a lot of volume. Well, the market begs to differ. When you say PST, the earnings were great. Maybe guidance was poor then. I don't know, because where are you seeing that their earnings were great? Who made that comment? Pops, where are you seeing that? This is what I see. Trading lower after the company reported worse than expected Q3 revenue results and issued Q4 and FY24 revenue guidance below estimates. So are you sure you've got the right stock when you say earnings were great? All right, guys. So things have settled down. This is not like yesterday at all. Yesterday, I had alerts galore for the first. Well, what could Finviz be saying the, that could be different from what I just read? Seriously, I'm not trying to pick on you, but you saw what I and that's from the company, okay? That's from the company. That's not made up numbers. Those are not made up numbers. Woof from yesterday. So this was an earnings play yesterday. Got beaten up badly. Trying to come back a bit. It's sort of a reversal, bit of a reversal. Okay, SNGX more than likely a low float, not crazy low. Look at this ADTX. This ADTX. I mean, it is. So there's another low. I mean, there's so many guys. There's the ADTX low float. But as I was saying before, this hit almost $10 pre-market and got cut in half from there. I know it's still up 38%, but well, I don't know what Finviz is trying to tell you on PSCG pops, but I would disregard it. It's not to say that it can't go high up, but I mean, not based on what they released. They're guiding poorly. Okay, they're guiding poorly, which is the key thing. Anyway, you do what you want to do. Yeah, SNGX. Okay, so here's the halt, guys. So, okay, SNGX. Now, this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. And so there's thought you can't see the symbol, but this is SNGX halted at 115, potential open 120, potential. This will change though. And that is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right, Weibo, WB is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown, almost a lifetime low. Okay, almost a lifetime low. TD Bank, Toronto Dominion Bank, big Canadian bank, earnings play, moving down on earnings. Okay, let's take a closer look now at that MINM and take a look at the VWAP. Where's that VWAP? So 615. So yeah, it's quite a bit above it. I was hoping it was getting closer to it. Here's another one, guys. CG. This is not a low float though. CGE. They don't all have to be low floats, but wow, the green giant, as in No, not the Jolly. Okay. Uh, Boy, this got pummeled down 41% China stock. Yeah, of all the stocks right now see how that changed? Last time we looked, it was 120. Now it's 135. This is the halt for SNGX. Okay. Now it's at 135, potential open. If you're not familiar with halts resumes, the stock got halted at 9:51 plus 15 seconds. This will open in 7 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This obviously got halted right after. So, excuse me. We just don't have, I don't have, so it probably got halted about 30 seconds after this. For some reason, I don't pick up some of these very ones that resume and they get halted immediately. Okay, SMFL. I think another one that had a big pullback, from the pre-market highs, $4, pulled all the way back down to $1.72. Now the market, okay, second 15-minute candle. We have got a bunch of bottoming tails here. Bottoming tails. Sellers tried, knock it down. Buyers close it up. Sellers try it again. Buyers look like they're trying to regain control a little bit here. Okay. Let's see how this closes. Still has another little over 2 minutes to close. Okay, Victoria's Secret, guys. This is now. So VSCO is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout. It's an earnings play. I don't have RDHL. I wonder if it's because the volume is too low. I don't have that RDHL is halted unless it was halted before and resumed. I don't have that it's halted. It's not trading very much, but I think Kirk is an earnings play. I think KIRK might be an earnings play, guys. Is this Kirkland? Yeah, Kirk. Yeah, this is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day. Victoria's Secret, guys. Victoria's Secret. Victoria's Secret, guys. VSCO earnings play. again, showed up on my 10-day daily breakout at 26.48, 27.10 now. Sharing a lot of these scans, okay? Well, I don't know. I mean, after Q3 results, I don't know what to say. I mean, obviously, it doesn't really matter what we think. The market is reacting well. A lot of upgrades too. Short float is 17%. So, there is that. So there you go. Earnings missed, but a revenue beat. So sort of mixed with the VSAO, and maybe, but they got a lot of upgrades. Now, granted, I mean, some of these upgrades, they're already at the upgrade price, but the JP Morgan raising it from 19 to 22. But there are a lot of other ones, a lot of other companies kind of piling in. I don't want to look. I don't want to look. I don't want to look. Yikes. Yeah. Halted again. Yeah. So this is the crazy one today so far. Yes. So there's your halt at 153, 175 potential open. Ooh, there's the market now. So this is a definition, of course, of an alpha stock. Ah, okay. First one showing up in the abnormal option activity and the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, and then that is WB. So this is almost a lifetime low. I'm going to stick an alert just underneath 10 for this and see if it takes this out. Did not see it. Nope. I know that it was dropping, but the best I can, I recall that NTNX was dropping. Keep an eye on the WB, guys. So this is one that is showing up in both of the scans, okay? The abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown. It's the only one. Yesterday we had a whole pile of them. Remember yesterday? This was full by now. So it's a different day, different kind of a day. This is the abnormal option activity. And then, so this is, you can see the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's also in the abnormal option scan. So this is the combo that Pepe put together for us. So a stock that shows up in both the abnormal option activity and either the breakout or the breakdown. You'll see it here. And I suggest we pay attention to it. So you know what? I wish I'd seen this one. I do, because there is a difference, okay, between the other ones, the other low floaters. And this is not a crazy low float. I mean, it's not, I mean, it's low, but it's not crazy low. It's not under a million. But they did have some news. Again, whether we think this news, I mean, it doesn't warrant a 268% increase, but there was some news, okay? Phase two, clinical trial, clearance. So there was some news. Okay, SWTX just showed up also in the 10-day daily breakdown and in the option scanner. You have to break them out individually, Peter, okay? You have to, so if you right click and go to the strategies, hover over strategies, these are the two strategies, and then hover over one and then open it, and then you can do the historical, if that makes sense. Victoria's Secret, Victoria's Secret. There's a winner, guys, in my estimation. That is a nice winner so far. This is it, 26.48, 27.23 right now. Earnings play. Just give me a moment. VTLA, VTLE, Vital Energy. Ah, next high looking left. Too close for me. Too close. Now, Victoria's Secret, take a look. I don't know if they trade options. Yeah, so they do trade options. They do. It is optionable, 3,200 contracts, but that's only 109% of normal. So that's why it's not showing up yet. It has to get to at least 150%. I use neither, Peter. I sort of, because the question is, how do I exit trades? I'm a bit of a field trader, or well, yeah, feel. I'm usually in no more than two trades at the same time. So I'm just following. Okay. I have, what you can't see, I have, if I'm in a trade, I have it thumbnailed on another chart. So I just kind of follow along and I have a feel, for where I think I should take some off. Okay. I don't use trailing stops, or if I were in more than, if I were in, five, six trades at a time, yeah, I'd have to do something very differently, but I just don't trade like that. There's the VFS, guys. Yeah, good one on Shady. We also have this one in our AI. And who can forget? Who can forget these 2 weeks here when it got up to $93? Well, I'm just looking at my, okay, so this is VSCO. So I'm just look at the time, and I just look at the bid ask, okay? And if I really want to get out of the trade right now, I'll just go into 2707. I mean, as long as the bid ask is not crazy. I mean, a 4 cent spread is not the worst thing in the world. Okay. So if I really want to get out of the trade, you've got to get out at the bid. Now, if typically I'm not in stocks that have like super, super wide bid asks. Okay. Okay, guys. There's the Weibo, just a little bit below 10 now. WB a little bit below 10. We are in a real choppy market now. Choppy in that we've got these bottoming tails. So did they do an offering? Okay, thank you. So they did an offering at 10, a little over 10. So it may not move that much from there then. Look at these bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers have been trying to really knock this down, but the buyers are, they're kind of stepping in. Give me one moment. Oops. Give me one moment, guys. All right, guys. I'm just conversing again with our internally. Okay, so Felix. Okay, Felix. Basically, two options with our charts. Okay, in that regard. So if you right click on a chart, so go to the chart you wanted to like the SPY chart, but go to the chart you want to do this. Right click, go to properties, and then this box will pop up. And you see where it says symbol linking? Uncheck it. Okay, if you uncheck the symbol linking, that's what's happening on the SPY. So that's why when I click on an alert, these timeframes change because they are symbol linked. This does not. So just uncheck the symbol linking. I'll do it again. So right click on the chart, Scroll down to properties, the box will pop up. Sorry, the box will pop up, and one of these options is symbol linking, and just uncheck it. Okay. So I do see the WB. It is moving down, but based on the fact that they did do a financing at a little over 10, just don't know how dynamic it's going to be. I wish they hadn't done that. All right, probably next up. Yeah, look at this. NBSC, another one, another low floater, guys. Another low float, and it's halted. And where will this one open? So there's the halt for NBSC 110. No big clue where it's going to open. We can almost be guaranteed it's going to open over 110, though. Well, I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. Yeah, VFS. So Las Vegas Sands, LVS, they did a kind of a financing yesterday in order to be able to, I think they tried to raise $2 billion in order to take a controlling stake in Spurs from Mark Cuban. Mavericks, Mavericks. Did I say the Spurs? Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that. Dallas Mavericks, of course. So this one did show up on the 10-day daily breakout and the abnormal option scanner, but wow, look at this market. Oh, you talk about a choppy looking little market right now with bottoming tails, even a topping tail here. Just have to have this thing settle down for a bit. All right, we got to keep an eye on this NBSC. I don't think there's any news on this one. No news. But keep an eye on it and let's see what happens briefly. These will be quick. When they don't have any news at all, I think that they're just going to be pretty quick trades if if you can time it right, of course. Okay, guys. So I'm looking. I want to just keep an eye on this SNGX and see if it takes out the high later on in the day. Okay. I mean, it could happen in the next minute, but later on in the day, and see if that happens. Now, this is halted on the way down, though. Okay, not Weibo, but the other one, SNGX, halted on the way down. Wow. Yeah, there are shares available. Good for you. 131. There are shares available for shorting at Interactive Brokers also, 73,000. So it popped up. So this is when sometimes, what was the alert price? Okay, this is sometimes where I'll take, and I'm sure you're out of the trade now, William. And he meant NBSE, not NVSE. So sometimes this is when I'll take something out of the halt resume. So we had the halt price at 120. It popped up. It came, but it's down. If it gets back up over that halt price again, I might take it. And this is not a recommendation to do the same thing. Now the problem again with the NBSE, I don't think there's any news. All right, Victoria's Secret just made a new high, guys, and it just showed up on the option scanner. Okay, it just showed up on the option scanner. I said it probably would. It had to get to an option volume of at least 150%, and it did. It's at 185 now. Give me a moment, please. Well, I mean, it's an earnings play. I mean, it's an earnings play. So, I mean, it's not. There is a reason why it's active today. It is an earnings play. I'm not saying it should be up 15% because of it, but the other fairly low float, 11 million in the float, EGRX. This has got some room. Tomorrow or yesterday's high was 722 or so. So it's got some room. Got hit down for some reason yesterday. Don't know why. There's Las Vegas Sands, guys, LVS, continuing to move here. Oh, yeah, a lot of chop on the SPY, a lot of chop right now. Depends what you're in, I mean, if you're in something that really follows the market closely, yeah, it's a tough one. All right, guys, I think I'm continuing to watch a MINM, okay? Positive thing we can say about it is that it's kind of basing a little bit over 7. There. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I think I'll go over my homepage right now and show you all the information you can get from it, including all the scans that I'm sharing. Excuse me. And if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen live on the mic. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. So there's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire year, Very 15. And all I ask is that this being a free room, the way we keep this a free room is if at some point in the future you decide you want to take out a subscription, just please either come into the room or you can save my promo code and just use the code. Okay. That'll really help to keep the room free. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. Runs you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows. Okay. So spend the 30 minutes, to go through the videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, this is a free series of videos that I think can really help somebody who, if you're brand new to trading, or maybe you're looking for a bit of a refresher look at MINM, guys. Look at this MINM surging right now. Whew, I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section over here. This is our user guide. We have a great user guide. Getting started, again, there's another getting started you must do. Alert windows, you want a little more detail about what alert windows are all about, top list windows, and price alerts. I use price alerts all the time. Okay. Now, don't get hung up on how much information there is in the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a lot to it, but you don't have to learn everything about it. Okay. Look at Las Vegas is this is another low floater, guys. AMPE. Hard to keep track of them all now. So there's the user guide. There's the getting started section again. Now, daily support sessions. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me. In our YouTube room, we have 5 traders, 5 days of the week. So it works out perfectly. I suggest you head over when I take my break because we all have different trading styles. These are all traders that trade ideas, of course. We all have different trading styles. And today should be Steve Gomez. Steve Gomez is the originator of the trades of the week. So you can ask him about that and other questions, of course. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room. So again, you can head over and listen to Steve. MINM guys. I think we're due for a halt. Nope, not quite. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, I've got to concentrate on this. All right. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, I've escaped with a little bit here of the MINM. I'm watching it again. I had to put myself on mute. Wow. Exciting, guys. Very exciting times right now. We're in this low float mania. Low float mania. All these little stocks. Didn't see any of them during earnings season, really. Everybody's concentrating on the big earnings plays, not and even the not so big earnings plays. But as I said, once we're out of earnings season, we'll probably get back into the low float mania, and that's exactly what's happened. I'm just watching, guys. Okay, I have to pay attention to this. The MINM. LESL guys from yesterday, earnings play yesterday, had actually a nice recovery. But moving down now, LASL earnings play from yesterday. Remember this one from yesterday too, BMEA. Okay, Weibo's, I just can't take it. I mean, not, the financing was done a little over $10, so I just don't know how dynamic this is going to be. No target, no target. I mean, these have a life of their own. I mean, you can, $10 was the high, I think, in the pre-market. I don't really put targets. All I do is really make sure that there's enough room for it to move before it hits the next high. And of course, you look left, there's no, so we have no idea where this is going. This is just complete emotion. Okay, let's take a look at the BMEA. That was another one from yesterday and the day before. Big day yesterday. Sold off 1533, sold back down to 12. Just give me a moment, guys. KR, I don't know if this is an earnings play. KR, Kroger's, this Kroger's. Don't have that in Canada, I don't think. Yeah, well, I know we don't have it. So Kroger, not an, yes, it is an earnings play, guys. November 30th, pre-market. So KR is an earnings play. Oh boy, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Little excitement right there. Okay. Sold some more. Oh man, you can just see the almost like the potential energy for this thing. Wow. Now, yeah, I'm out. I'm out. I mean, look what happened. I mean, that's why you got to pay so close attention. I mean, this got right up into that 10 level. Okay. I had my finger on the submit. This is why I couldn't really talk that much. I had to fit my finger on the submit button. Wow. Okay. So what I'm doing now is I have an alert set for 10. Maybe later on in the day, it takes it out again. Okay. I can breathe. And this is why I say, you cannot, if you get into any one of these crazy low floaters, you cannot wander away from your computer, even for 5 seconds. Okay. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw how quickly that got up to 10 and then dropped. So you cannot wander away. Okay, guys. Well, what is Trade Ideas? Okay, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we are. A lot of screening programs out there, but we are a scanner. So we have screening capabilities, of course, but let me explain what I'm talking about. So if I look at this alert window, when I look at this alert window called Momo, oh, you know what I forgot to do? I think this was right when I was looking at the MINM. I'm sorry, guys, I forgot to talk about the scans that I'm sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, and the middle section are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and down. This shows me the gappers, either up or down. Okay. Here's the Halts resumes over here. This is the momentum scan right here. Abnormal option activity is right here, and you will hear me refer to this one. It's on another monitor, the 10-day daily breakouts and down. What this DR, you'll see it don't repeat. So what this allows me to do is to kind of go back in time and say, okay, what did it do from the first alert? So at 9:30, MINM had an alert at 8:23. I did not take it there, of course. I don't like to take them that early. But, if you're less conservative than me, that popped up to 10. The Weibo, again, I don't like it because I think it's right at the financing price. 10:11 at 9:43 Eastern time. Suggestion to short at 9:11, 10:11. If it's 991 now, I mean, this may prove me completely wrong. It may keep moving down for the rest of the day, well down through the financing price. But anyway, that's why I like to do this. I like to have the don't repeat. I can go back and say, okay, what happened to the first? What happened from that first alert? Because you always say a time. So there's snap 1390. What did it do? Not bad. It got up to 1424 or so. Wow. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. I have other scans here that I actually don't have up and running, but you might want to take a look at them. Let's take a look at this one. Well, I mean, this is not over. I don't think this is over. Again, what we see a lot of times is that with these crazy low, well, not just the low floaters, but the ones that go crazy, say in the first couple of hours, then all of a sudden they can tend to just rest and do nothing. Let me chop around a little bit. And then sometimes in the afternoon, I'd say, 1:30 on, maybe 2 o'clock on, the interest comes back. And if they take out the high of the day, they can really get rolling again. That's exactly what we saw with VVOS yesterday. I'm not saying it's going to happen every single time, of course, but that's why I always pay attention to these ones later on in the day. So so I have the individual scans, Felix. Okay, that's why I was saying I have the individual scans that you can take a look at. I don't have a configure. I don't have my layout. First of all, some people don't want these time frames. They don't care about having the SPY chart. They might want different time frames for their charts. But what you see here, the abnormal option activity is right there. The momentum is right here. If you want my single stock window, this is just, what I like to see at a glance. It's right there. The single stock window is right there. And then the Halts resumes. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want, as opposed to my sort of dumping an entire layout out there. A lot of people don't want everything. So that's why I do it this way. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. Okay. No, I don't have an 18% stop on that. No, I mean, listen, for these sort of trades, it's a lot of feel. Okay. I can't apply my like no. Is this halted? Also, it's halted right now. Look at the SPY now. Yeah. So I was just looking for this break. This break over 8. I'm sorry, over 9. It was over 9. I'm sorry. It was this break right about there. Now, had it gone below 9, I was going to be out. I got lucky. went below 9 very, very quickly, but not before it got up to 8. Okay, guys, this is an IPO and it's China. Ooh, China, China, China. Look out below, or not below, above. So this is an IPO today, FEBO, 1 million shares issued, $5 price. So, and it looked like it's going to get halted immediately. It's above the IPO price right now. Not much, but it's above it, and it's a China stock. These things can go absolutely bananas the first day. And this just got halted. Okay, boy, it was a little bit slow until that, for me anyway, until that minim. But now we're starting to really pick things up. Look at the East, another crazy low floater. So if you are wondering, for instance, if you're wondering what this is looking for, this alert window that I call Momo. So if I right click on it and I click on configure and then summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? As I say, there are a lot of screeners out there you can buy, screening programs you can buy. What we're really excellent at are real-time alerts. So this is the screening aspect, the filtering aspect. So in this man, this Weibo probably gonna drive me crazy. So in this particular scan, if the stock is between 1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It's time sensitive, 100,000 shares minimum. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute, 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what we're excellent at doing. East, for instance, at 10:48, that was the last one that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. That's why these show up when they do. So if you like this scan the way it is, great. But of course, you can always modify it. You can always, for instance, you might not like that price range. Maybe you want it between 10 and 100. Click on the summary. You see how it has now changed to 10 and 100. If you get used to, just a minute. So if you get used to using trade ideas, and I'm going to show you all the filters and alerts that we've got, you might see a filter that you like, and maybe get rid of one of these, or you add it, so you can modify the scan. I mean, this is what I like to see, but doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can, but I caution you when you look at this. These are all the different alerts, real-time alerts that we've got. We have a lot of them. And if you scroll down even more, you're going to see the filters that we've got, the screening aspect of trade ideas, all these. Do not get hung up on how many we have. If you're new and listening to me for the first time, please don't think, oh my gosh, I can't learn this program. It is way too hard. You don't have to learn everything. You don't have to learn about any one of these. I probably, since I started as a subscriber in 2010, I have just used a handful, the ones that appeal to me. I don't have to learn every one of these. Okay. And if you're new to trading, well, you probably should practice in our simulator, number one. But if you have some trading experience, you might want to just kind of scroll through them, take a look, and you might say, I like the 2-minute range, or, I mean, you don't have to learn everything. It's like our user guide. You don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. Okay. And this room is like this. Okay. Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. You can ask me questions. Like when I was in the MINM trade, and I'll let you know if I can't, if I have to devote 100% concentration to a trade, I'll let you know. But Typically, that's not the case. And you can ask me questions all day long. I now call this as a trading room and support room. Okay. Now, as an intraday trader, I'm always looking. The only thing that really concerns me is finding stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. You don't want to get into something that's trading 10,000 shares and you get into it and then does nothing for the rest of the day. So your goal, if you're an intraday trader, is to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And so one of the most powerful filters that we have is what we call the relative volume filter. And I'm pointing to up here for East. One moment, please. So that relative volume for East, 55.55. What does that mean? That means it is trading 55 times what it normally would be trading up to almost 11 o'clock today. Okay. So it has a baseline that it checks. I think Chris told me it's 14 days. I thought it was 10, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, it's just that you can always tell a high relative volume. I mean, it is trading abnormally. I mean, you can just see the daily. Look at the daily candle right there compared to all the previous ones. Okay. So it is trading abnormally. So that's one filter that I use for virtually every one of my scans. Next, though, I'm also looking at abnormal option activity. So I don't trade options, but it's another way for me, coupled with the relative volume, so the volume, coupled with abnormal option activity. So look at GME. Now this GME is on the way down. Somebody at Trade Ideas are going to be awfully happy. His name is Michael Noss. Um, so look at option volume, 94,000 contracts. Okay. And that's 157 percent of normal, one and a half times normal. Now, yesterday, it was also the same number of contracts, and that was about 8 times normal. But the minimum number of contracts in these filters, in these, there are two scans here. Okay, that's why it's called the multi-strategy window. I'm looking for stocks moving higher and moving lower with unusually strong option volume. So it's color coded in this way. If you see brown, that is a suggestion to go short. If you, excuse me, if you see light blue, that is a suggestion to go long. So the minimum, I have other filters in place, including the relative volume filter in here, but the minimum number of contracts has to be 500, and that has to be at least 150% of normal. So let's take a look at Kroger. So 41,000 contracts, that represents 350% or 3.5 times normal. And of course, that's going to increase all day long. The more option volume that comes in, that number is going to increase. So that is abnormal. So coupled with the relative volume of 7 and abnormal option activity, you've got yourself stocks to watch. Okay. Ugh. Okay. Now, so that did pop up to 598, right back down to 5. So this is so far, this is not a wildly successful IPO out of China. A lot of times, what you'll see is the first day it trades, and it might, listen, it might come back, but you'll see like an IPO price of 5, and you'll see it immediately trading at 7, 8, and running. Not the case so far, anyway. Okay, guys, Victoria's Secret right back up now. Victoria's Secret right back up, VSCO. Wow, this is a haven't seen a choppy day quite like this for a while in the spine. We used to see them for weeks. It seemed like months and weeks, but look at these bottoming tails, topping tails. So again, if you don't know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about bottoming tails and topping tails, let me just bring up the look at the BMEA guys. That was super active yesterday. So one of the key things about trading is you have to understand what the candlesticks are telling you. So when you look at the SPY candle or the SPY chart on the 15-minute, and you see the bottoming tail down here on that opening 15-minute, and you see it's down here, what does that mean? That means at one point, this was a red candle all the way down here, but then buyers took over and they closed it here. Sellers tried again, they knocked it down again to here, but then the buyers took over and closed it up here. Next candle, sellers knock it down here, buyers close it here. Okay, you can see how choppy. Then all of a sudden the buyers get control, but the sellers say no way, and they close it down here. And now this candle, you've got buyers in control for a while, sellers in control for a while, up, down, up, down. Here again, the sellers were knocking this is down here, but the buyers have stepped in. So this is why it's very, very important to understand, topping tails and bottoming tails. What is it trying to tell you? It's right now, this is telling me this is super choppy. It's super choppy. This is the overall market, of course. But when you see a stock like that, I run. I don't even bother. If I saw a stock that looked like this, I wouldn't even try to trade it. It's too hard. You get, where are you going to put a stop? You're going to get, you're going to take something and then all of a sudden it whips down, you get stopped out, and then it comes right back up for you. And so I don't even, you see, it's for me anyway. What I would like to see, if I wanted to go long something, and this were a stock instead of the SPY, and I saw these bottoming tails, these three bottoming tails, and then that candle, yes, it started moving higher, and it remained green and started to run. I could say to myself, okay, look, the sellers tried three times in a row to knock it down. The buyers took over and they moved it higher. And at some point, the sellers are going to say, okay, you got it for a while. There's always this battle all between buyers and sellers, of course. And eventually one side gives up for a while. Whew, okay, guys. So this ASO, I think this is actually having a big recovery, isn't it? Yeah, look at this recovery. So this was down quite a bit in the pre-market. It was all the way down to 45. It has recovered up. This actually might even go positive. It's basically flat now, only down a dime from yesterday's close. You can see that red line on the chart. As opposed to ZUO, guys, ZUO was up, but just fading now. It's an earnings play, another earnings play. It's still up for the day, 10%, but it's fading from the highs. Wonder that showed up on one of your channel breaks reel. ZUO? ZUO? Man, WB. Well, I might have outsmarted myself. Mm. Ah, well. Okay, here's another one, another IXHL. Let's see, take a look at this one. Icanix Healthcare. I'm sure I've never seen this one before. Yeah, very, very low volume. I know it's not Lazy Boy, but it's more fun to say it. It is Lazy Boy. I thought it was, oh, LZ is Lazar. So there's Lazy Boy. It is an earnings play. LZB, ZB, an earnings play. Man, it's going to drive me crazy. I've got this sound alert, as some of you know. It's the pig sound, oink, 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 grunt, 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 and there it is. And if you think I'm crazy, what you can do with Trade Ideas is put different sound alerts on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. So the idea is to put a different one. And for my 10-day daily breakdown, I use this particular sound called the pig. And that's just telling me these are, so every time I hear the grunt, I know to look over here and look, there's only one on the 10-day daily breakdown today, and it's at Weibo, WB. But I passed on it because I thought, how dynamic would it be underneath the financing price? Wow, because there's the SNGX guys. Now the SNGX just made a new high. I wish it hadn't done it right now. Unless you're in it, if you're in it, great. So this is halted. Yeah, sorry guys. This is halted, and we're in for a potential 198, 204. You see how this changes? There's nothing, again, nothing written in stone on this. This just gives you a bit of a preview of where it could open coming out of the halt at 193. But as you see right on my screen, this number changes all the time. What you do want to see, if you happen to be in this one, you wouldn't want to see some number well below that 193. You'd like to see something at least above it because that's where it could open and start to run. And again, this is time and sales from Interactor Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. To back this out to see where could it go before it hits start. Wow. So the next high looking left on the monthly chart, nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that's the next high on the monthly chart is 434, 420 to be exact. Okay. So that's the next high. Let me just back this out though. I do want to sort of expand the weekly. Ah, it's the same. So, I mean, there's still room for this to run. Amazing, isn't it? Still room for this to run before it starts hitting, the monthly and the weekly high, which are going to be the same. And again, at least there was some news. Now, did this news warrant a 364% increase? Of course not, but it doesn't matter. At least there is some news as opposed to some of the other ones that have zero news. Yeah, now it's really dumping hard. So that could be over. That is a big, big drop now for Minim. Just so really happy. I preach it. Can't turn away, wander away from your computer if you're into one of these things. But this is a pretty big pullback now. I mean, it may, later on it may take off again, but this is a pretty big pullback now. I was hoping that it might stay in the 8 level, for a couple of hours, and then later on in the afternoon, take a run at that high, but doesn't look like that's going to happen. And remember, this had no news. Or GME's dropping hard now. It's right at the low of yesterday now, 1470, 1470, right at the low of yesterday. Oh boy, I don't know if this is trolling or not, but anyway, Wedbush, $6 price target for GME. Okay, guys, 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, should be Steve. I'm going to check. Sometimes he and Andy do a swap. So I'm just going to check to see if it is Steve today. Pixie. Somebody mentioned Pixie. Haven't seen this one for a while. Pixie, Pixy. Another low float. Why do I have EVAX? I have EVAX for some reason. I do not know why I have EVAX. I put that a couple of days ago at 11:28. No, I'm sorry, November 28th. I did create an alert for it. Maybe to get it. Oh, I see. Okay, so take this out right over here. Excuse me. And now that minim is halted on the way down. All right. Yeah, confirmation. It'll be Steve in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. Okay. So before I take off for my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. So there's Kroger continuing to move higher here in the option scanner, coming right maybe into resistance. There are a couple of daily highs, not that far away. So that's why I wouldn't take the trade right now anyway. If it can take out those highs, the next high, to me, it doesn't have enough room. Just doesn't have enough room. I mean, the next highs are about 10 cents away, number one. And then you're going to have to contend with getting through the whole number of 45. And then right after that, 45.30. For me, it just doesn't have enough room to make it worthwhile. Okay, guys, not seeing too many new alerts. So this was news for this one after hours for Pixie. Hard to believe this is affecting it the way it is, but Says files non-timely 10K with the US SEC estimates operating. So this is causing this to pop. That was after hours yesterday. No big reaction. No big reaction this morning. Market opens though up 21%. Okay, guys. So now I'll start to look at some of my. I had a short at this at 998, and I took it off. I said, nah. I don't mean GME. I'm talking about WB. I said, in fact, I'm going to blame you, Casa. Yeah, I blame Casa because had he not told me that they had done a financing at 1013 or whatever, I would have been blissfully ignorant. And of course, I'm just kidding around, but because this is, completely what I want to see. The stock that shows up and they have abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown. You can see that right there. Okay. There's the Weibo. And with the market, doing this, my bias certainly is for shorting today. I mean, this is a great move. I mean, on a percentage basis, I mean, that's a great move from 10 to 970, and who knows where it's going. Well, we looked at it in that it opened. Question is, did I look at the IPO, the FIBO, FEBO? Not that exciting yet. Okay, 1 million shares at $5, so it's just sort of hanging around the IPO price. So not that exciting yet. Typically, what I'll do is now I'll put an alert at the high of the day, 599, and maybe later on in the day, maybe it'll take that out. This is China, so look at this Weibo. Sorry, guys. Sorry, I shouldn't complain too much, but I mean, only one of these on the daily breakdown today. Look how good it is. All right, more actually is a one from our AI, MOR, from our AI. and probably a low float. We don't have any float information on it. What a run it's been on for the last 6 days, 6 days, I guess. 420 to 680. Still has room, believe it or not. Still has room to the next high, 761. Let me just do a quick look to see what sort of float there might be for it. I know I've looked at this one in the past regarding the float. Yeah, this is interesting because it's not a low float. 32 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. It's out of Germany. But they don't all have to be low floats to be moving. But you notice, I mean, the percentage, I mean, it's great. Don't get me wrong. 14% is a tremendous move, but it sort of pales to the ones that have been moving 3, 4, 500%. Well, Kroger may not, somebody made a disparaging comment. I think it was PJ made a disparaging comment about Kroger, but certainly having a good day. LMDX is okay. Let's see. Is that less than a dollar? LMDX. A couple people are talking about it now. One in YouTube and one in the main room. Unless that's both of you, the same one. SS Trades and Shane. Are you one and the same? Yeah. So this is super. I don't typically look at anything under a dollar, but next high looking left for it is 35 cents. Okay, now China education stock. Haven't seen this one for a while at Go to. Remember these days, guys? Remember these days when it was just soaring? But haven't seen this one for a while. And the other China education stocks, EDU and TAL. EDU especially, I think EDU was an all-time high. Yeah, look at that. EDU all-time high. And TAL, not even close, but so EDU is the flat out winner with respect to these China education stocks. And look at TAL. I mean, it's at the very low of its lifetime. Well, in the lower end of the lifetime range. And then you look at EDU, it's a lifetime high. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right back. or the massive green bar way up here. Let me just get the SPY up. I want to see another chart. Yeah. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:31. So again, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. So now I'm going to turn my attention to the bouncers and toppers. Or maybe I look at this D triple O. D triple O did not. Where are you out of? You're in Canada, Valcourt. Okay. Um. Yeah, didn't see. This is an earnings play. Okay. Path. Now, Path is the trade of the week. It triggered at 1860, so it was very, very good. Okay. You could have got out over 20. You can still hold it, I suppose. But so Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So he'll be in our YouTube room in about 28 minutes. I always say it's very tough to try to come up with one stock and pick it as the trade of the week. Oh man, this my my sound alert on this one is oh man, and GME is just doing it, guys. First alert, 1482, 1050. Time was 1050. 1482, potential short. Okay. Yeah, right. He still got his shares right. Let's take a look at this D triple O. I don't know anything about these. Okay, so D triple O. Let's take a look at a monthly chart to see where the next lows are. 58.75. So a little bit of room to the monthly lows for D triple O. Still has some room then. Not a lot of volume. 15 relative volume is great, but not a lot of absolute. Yes, not a lot of absolute volume. Real. Yeah, well, I would have taken it. I just got too influenced by the financing regarding WB. All right, Q, not a low float, 41 million in the float. So Q is not a low float, but for whatever reason, it's having a big pop here. Look at the volume, 500,000, all here, basically all here. So Q, I don't know if there's some news that just came out regarding QCUE, small bio. Again, it's not a low float, but that's a big move. Well, let's take a look on a weekly chart. All right, Victoria's Secret, guys, VSCO. Been a little bit choppy, but I said yesterday that I was going to take all of these, and I guess I lied to myself because look at this. So, guys, here are three stocks that made it into the abnormal option activity scan and 10-day daily breakout or down. So there's Victoria's Secret. Not a huge move off that 27.35, but still, on a day that the market is been basically selling off, except for, I mean, this is a huge disconnect, guys. The Dow is up big. I mean, the Dow is up big. Nas is down, but I mean, the Dow is up big. Big disconnect. And then this one, the SWTX, 32.49. I know it's higher now. 32.49, 32.79. And kills me to look at this, but Weibo, 10.01, before it pulled up at all, got down to 10.60, I think. Sorry, 9.60, 9.62. A very, very tight watch list for the day. Mike C, waiting for Steve to show up, of course. Ooh, my goodness. So there is a huge drop now for the SNGX. Huge drop and halted, or was halted, I guess, or is halted. This might be residual. Okay, I didn't see this one. SLNH. This got halted. Another low float. Yeah, I think something's going on here, guys. I'm getting okay. It went away. The halts resumes went away. It was just sort of sticking around, no matter what chart I clicked on. Wow, look at Pixie. My goodness, crazy. There's actually There are actually shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers to short this 23,000 shares. So this is shortable for me anyway. I don't know if William, you took a look at this one, Pixie. I don't know if you have shorts because it looks like it got right into that resistance on the daily, potential resistance on the daily. Another earnings play, guys. ARWR at the low of the day now. ARWR earnings play. Wow, look at the room underneath. Wow, 2290. I think. Yeah, so 2458 was the low looking left. And now the next low looking left is 2287. So room to run down still, especially if the market keeps doing this. 100 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Which, when it doesn't they don't all have to be low floats, and in fact, when they have a higher float like this, they can be way more relaxing type trades. You usually aren't gonna get the wild gyrations that you get when you have the low float situations. Okay, guys, about 15 minutes, I'll be on my break. So what I'll do right now is I'll just put the YouTube well, you know what, I'll hold off. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room when I'm on my break, so you can head over and listen to Steve. Market still continues to sell off, but look at the big disconnect. I haven't seen one like this for a while, guys, between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. Well, this is a stock, Titan, TITN. This is a stock that's down for the day, but at the high of the day. So it's still down for the day, but it is at the high of the day, or was right up here. Okay, guys, not really interested in doing anything. I'll be taking, I say, taking my break soon. So I'm not going to enter anything new. And out of deference to Steve, I will not short Path. Okay. He's going to be in our YouTube room in a bit. So I'm not going to short Path, even though it looks delicious. But PRQR, not a low. Let's take a look at PRQR. I'll be having a slow. Yeah, man, Path is just really starting to give it up. The low yesterday takes that out. That could really start moving it down further. PATH. But again, this was a very, very good trade of the week. Okay, guys, sorry. Again, just following some internal discussions. All right, another low float, guys. ADIL. How do I know? Here's my float column. Okay, I just can check the float immediately. I know it's a low float. ADIL, another low float. Now, this one, I mean, the next high looking left is a little over 3, so it's got a little bit of room. Hmm. Came off the bottom of the day, $2 up to 245 now. SMFL. Well, at least this was in the pre-market got up to 386, came right back down to 177. It's been very, very choppy. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, but it is now, almost at the high of the day. The day is at 10:45, and now it is at the high of the day. You can tell because if only way stocks appear here is if the stock's making a high of the day, and they have to be either making high of the day or low of the day in this window. High of the day would be, the pale blue. Low of the day would be the brown. again, I mean, it would be extremely hard to hold this, but there was the original alert at 2:37 for SMFL, and there you can see this is the repeating version. Every time it made a new high, you'll see it over here. So that's the first time we had the alert, 237, 489 now, but you know, very, very, very choppy throughout. So it's all where are you going to put a stop? Well, let's take a look at this one and where could it go? So there's a high at 5, a little over 5. So that could stall it, a little over 5. Okay, now I will put the YouTube link in. So Steve's not there yet, but I'm just going to put the YouTube link in so you can click on that and head over to YouTube if you want to listen to Steve for his hour. Steve is way more of a swing trader than I am, but he will tell you swing trading is not easy in this environment. Hasn't been for a long time. So his wow, look at this. It just popped through 5. Don't look. Don't look, Shane. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna put the announcement in. I'm still here until Steve shows up, but just gonna put my announcement in on a break. Back around 1 p.m. ET. And I'm just looking to see if there's any news. I don't see any news on this SMFL. Doesn't matter. Right now, it just doesn't matter. Low float mania. I know I've said this before, but if I went back 2, maybe 3 years, I don't know. You'd rarely, rarely see anything with a float under 1 million shares. Rarely. And now we're just seeing so many. And again, if you're unfamiliar, so that's 550,000 shares in the float. That's why a stock can go up 250%. Remember what the float indicates. That's the supply that's available number of shares that can be traded. Now, somebody might say, well, wait a minute, 555,000 shares in the float, but it's traded 7.5 million. Well, that's, I buy it, then I sell it, you buy it, somebody else buys it, sells it, buys it, sells it. So that's, that's how the float can turn over all day long. So that's why, I guess on the surface, you say, well, how can it trade more that's in the float? Well, that's because there's all sorts of buying and selling all day long. And that gives it the overall volume, of course. So, I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, 17 million shares with 555,000 in the float on no news that I can see. And these are your alpha stocks. I mean, they don't care what the market's doing. I mean, look what the market's doing. Look what this one is doing. They just don't care. Now, I said that 5 was the next high, so that took that out. 508, I think I said 507, and then there's 519, and then there's 615. So at this point, the next high looking left is 615. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but that's another area and where it could stall. Takes that out. Then you've got 765. Okay, shady MRSN. Let's take a look at MRSN. So you're in it at 188, okay, with a stop at 179, so a pretty good tight stop. Not a low float. Again, they don't all have to be low floats, but see if it gets any volume. I just heard a little ping. Mr. Gomez is there, right? Steve.
Yeah, gotta click another button.
Another button to click. Okay, just give me one moment. Okay, I'll just shut down or put myself on mute in the other room. Okay, guys, so Steve is in YouTube right now, so you can head over.
Yep.
I put the link in for YouTube. You can head over and listen
Yeah.
to Steve. I'll put myself on mute in the main room. See you guys in about an hour.
Yep.
Steve.
Yes.
So how are you?
I'm good. I've actually had a good month. Finally got some
Good.
swing trades to got my 401k back on highs. I'm happy about that.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Good,
Yeah.
good to hear.
Yeah.
Well, and I know you're going to be looking at this situation that we've got
Yes,
with
it's
the.
being discussed. It's a matter of, those are all based on scans as the baseline. And so the baseline
Yeah.
scan, it's the age-old argument that you've made. Using average daily volume, you're going to miss things that just come alive
Makes no
from a
sense.
coma. Makes no sense. So
Makes no sense.
we can't have people saying, why are these not on the list? And they get that. So the developers are not traders, and they're taking our advice, and we're creating tickets, and they're scrambling to update and get that corrected. So yeah,
That's a massively simple fix. I mean,
yeah, it is. It is.
I mean, it's not like, oh my,
It just needs to be the squeaky wheel needs to, be loud, which it was, and then we need to get the right people to prioritize it and put it at the head of the queue, and it'll get done.
Well, let me do it. I'll just change the top list. I can do that.
Yeah. Well, it's probably more than that.
I'm sure it is, but okay, Steve, yeah, today is definitely vacuuming day, so I got to get on
Oh,
it
cool.
right now.
Great.
1 o'clock or 5 to 1. I know you've got meetings
5 to
usually,
1's good.
so
Yeah.
5 to 1. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Okay. Thanks
All
for
right.
taking over for me. We'll see you in about an
Sure.
hour.
Take a break. All right.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Hello, everybody. And let me just put myself on mute on YouTube. I just monitored the YouTube room live stream for questions. So I'm not in the live room. Obviously, you're only hearing me in the YouTube live stream. So if you have any questions, that's the chat to use as always. Okay, this hour is prioritized for those new users who may have been sent here, who may have had a question and said, we do this once a day, every day at 12 Eastern with a different trader who's experienced with the product, and we can try and get a lot of people going in the direction that they want. And so we always give those users priority. If you're one of those people just kind of lurking in the background, definitely chime in and I'll do what I can to help you. All right, I see you guys are discussing something amongst yourself there. Yes, there are certain stocks that don't give a crap what the market's doing. Speaking of, NASDAQ is really giving it up here. We are in no man's land. Let me grab my pen, just to kind of chime in what's being discussed there is, sometimes the stocks will follow the general market. There's a tone there, there's a current. And right now, this current is just kind of blasting in between these two moving averages. We're in kind of no man's land here. I would not be surprised to see, let me adjust this up to that prior high back here. I would not be surprised to see us come back and test something like this area right there. And that's healthy, by the way. So 381, we'll call it in the NASDAQ. S&P, a little different. They're holding on a little bit more. They're holding on to the rails here. So you can see respectively the S&P SPY has not broken down into that no man's land that the NASDAQ has. So we can derive from that there's weakness in tech stocks. Now, if a stock that you're trading out there is a low float stock with news, it doesn't give a crap about what the NASDAQ is doing. So if that's what you guys are discussing, low float, no news, something's happening. Just follow the tea leaves, follow what the volume and the prints are saying. But what I'm trying to get at is don't look at the general market and say, oh God, this general market might bring down my stock today. Just keep evaluating the stock that you're in on its own merits, but be aware of the current. And there's nothing to say that this market can't just bounce here at midday and pop right back up. That's really what it's been doing for a while. All right, Marty, what's up? Is there a way to compare options volume today versus 15 or whatever our options volume is comparing to? We can't control whether it's 15 or 30. I'm pretty sure it's basically going to calculate the same way that I'm going to bring this over, the same way that our 5-minute volume and our 1-minute volume calculate. So when you see percentages like this, I believe this is going back 15 days as it is. So it's kind of comparing the current value to a 15-day rolling average. Oops. So with that said, options volume is non-configurable in terms of what we offer. So when we go into configure and go to options, keyword, search, options. This is it. This is all we have. We have a ratio of put call. And then we have this option volume today, this percent. Now, if I click help on here, let's just see if we get a little bit more discernment on how it's calculated. If you haven't done that, I'll drop this into the chat. That's just our latest understanding options, volume filter, and percentages. So ideally, if you read through there, a lot of FAQs, your actual question might be answered, but specifically, no, we can't control. It's a hard-coded formula that's in there. So we can't control how many days it looks at. It's just is what it is. Marty. Hello, Shaw. Yes, thank you. Yeah, after spinning my wheels for weeks on end, I finally got some traction in some things. I mean, one of the things that have helped has been a major trade around, which is usually a core position that you just kind of leave. I jumped, it's irresponsible, but I put half my 401k back in silver. I felt extremely strong about silver on this day right here. We had a giant reversal gap, pro gap as they call it, kind of snapped the necks of the shorts. And then I wrote it and I said, I want to see if it can hold that 200 as support, because prior to that, the 200 was acting as resistance. So we broke through the 200. I'm still sitting in 50% allocation of PSLV. And I was watching this day really close, and then really close again here. And then boom, as this stuff does, overnight markets will gap up or down. This has helped. So when you have a big winner to trade around, you've had some other good winners, like the trade of the week. Path gave me a really nice path to profit. Those that have heard me talk, my favorite time frame, if I could just type a little slower. Why is it doing that up there? PATH. My favorite time frame is a day and a half, and this was the trade of the week. And so day one was coming out of consolidation. I call it out as a beautiful bear flag. Look at that. A bear flag resting right at the 10 SMA. That's about as sweet and juicy and ripe as it gets for me as a swing trader. The problem is, in the past, I would get this move as day one, and then the next day it would just fall back into the range. Well, finally, I'm starting to get some nice price action. Hey, maybe it's because the market's going higher and the shorts are being squeezed. So as I was saying earlier, the market current in the backdrop can help or hurt sometimes. So I think it really helped Pat have a follow through day. Now, very important to recognize. So day two was yesterday, and I basically just kind of wrote it up to the round level of 20. I said, this is my day and a half. I'm happy to be a seller at 20. And as I look back, there was really nothing lost or nothing gained by holding on. Well, nothing gained, certainly, but a day and a half is about the momentum that I want. It's like a surfing analogy. I like to, position myself, paddle, stand up, ride it for a couple of turns, a day and a half, and then bail out the backside of the wave, put that money back in the cash, back in the buying power, set back up for the next wave. So I've been able to get a few more of those follow throughs, Shaw, and it's been giving me a bit more swing trading traction lately, which is nice. There's also been a few day trades in there. I mean, I'll let you guys know. I mean, yesterday I had a little bit of money to play with, and Andy called out the CUAD right about here at 160. So I bought some, didn't buy any more. I thought it's a small amount, giant 4 million in the float, very small float. I probably should have sold some on the open, but I wasn't paying attention. My head turned before you know it. Blah. So I'm just sitting in a small size here just to see if this thing does something. It's not hurting me. But other than that, 10-day average on options. Sorry, Chris, I was wrong. It's the same as our relative volume and our 5-minute volume, 1-minute volume, etc. It's going to calculate 10 days. That's a rolling average in the background as to what the current percent value actually means. So if you see 500%, that means whatever it is doing 5 times normal volume than it normally would over this time of a 10-day rolling average. Are you talking to me, Dionysus? I can't tell if you're talking to Marius or me. So volume, abnormal volume should be a comparison of relative volume of the stock. Yes, the relative volume to the stock itself. Having volume of 50,000 shares is not a tradable stock. Exactly. So your example of 4 in the relative volume, you're finding stocks that are trading 4 times their normal relative volume. And remember, it's for this time of day, so it's constantly updating, which is very unique. Okay, what with PATH. So PATH is the trade of the week. I'm the one who picks the trade of the week each weekend. It's the Monday email that goes out. And I was just kind of walking through what is a perfect ideal swing trade for me. I played this one as beautiful as I feel that I could. Identified a really nice setup. Okay, again, nice bear bull flag setup. Wedge after a nice gap. The 10 SMA is just extremely interesting to me. I think a lot of algorithms and quant funds don't like to, or they look for this level to hold, or maybe they even bid this level. If they're a buyer, they're going to support and hold that level. But there was no single candle that closed below that. So day one was this day here, and I hold overnight when I get a big green candle on volume. I try to ride the momentum into day two and then fade out after an hour or so or two into the day. Yes, thank you for reminding me that. So one of the things that is not in my wheelhouse, one of the things that I am not going to do is take something into earnings. And so I didn't realize it when I wrote the article, the color wasn't there, but earnings snuck up on this. But as it fortunately did work out, it gave me anyway, and hopefully other people, a nice push of momentum that certainly turns green on your P&L if you purchased at the trigger point of 1860. But I'm all out. I didn't want to be anywhere near this thing. And so what's happening is now everybody sees earnings at the end of the day, and you're probably likely to get some sloppiness like this. This right here is people saying, I don't want to stick around for the earnings. I was just trying to trade some short-term money, but I didn't get out soon enough like Steve did back here. So let's take a look. ARRI. Okay, let's see what the chart says on ARRI. Below all moving averages, however, I pulled this down to illustrate. Look at this. We've got some rising RSI bottoms there. That's kind of nice. It's trying to get, technically speaking, even yesterday it popped up and then came back down below. I would say that this blue line right here, which is my 5-day moving average, so this is a 5-day, this is where the battle is happening right now in ARY. You really can't see it, but it's in there. But on a 15-minute candle chart, I use 130 periods, and that gives me this 130, or what I call the 5-day moving average. I think if ARRY can close above, you see how it held support right there twice early today already? So this is the downside here, 15. It needs to close above this, and then it turns and it needs to close above 1560 and regain this declining 20-day moving average. And then you might get some short sellers. You've got 14% short. They might start, there might be a trade here. Yeah, I'm certainly not going to say don't do it. It's in a downtrend, but things are coming out of downtrends right now. So generally speaking, that has not been working, but it might not be a bad idea going forward. I just wouldn't give it much wiggle room there, Shaw. I was at a new chiropractor yesterday, and he found out what I did, and he wanted to talk stocks real quickly at the end. And he said he's been in Oracle and Apple, and he's been in all the old guru stocks forever. And then he mentioned Jim Cramer, and he saw my face sour a bit. And he goes, "Oh," I said, "Well, I'm glad Cramer helped you, but for the most part, Jim Cramer has hurt more people than he has helped. He's a TV personality, and he really is not a good trader." And I'm saying that as a technician. The point I drove home to the chiropractor, I said, "Look, I'm a technician, and I tell people that listen to me all the time, does the chart confirm the story? All Cramer ever does is come on TV and get excited about a CEO he likes, or a market that he thinks is ripe, or a product that he thinks can do well. That's a great story. But sometimes you can be 3 years early on a good story, or 3 years early on a great CEO to turn a company around." So Cramer does not know how to read a chart. He's an absolute idiot. He relies on other people to tell him what the charts are doing when it comes to that. I'm not going to say he's an idiot across the board, but he doesn't read charts. And I think that's where he makes his mistake. And so Cramer falls in love with the story, and usually the chart does not confirm the story. So Just a kind of a funny anecdote. And the chiropractor laughed. He goes, I did hear something about somebody created like an ETF that does the opposite. And I go, yeah, it does pretty well, actually. It just does the opposite of what Cramer publicly says to do. All right, enough of that. So looking for potential bottom pickers, yeah. Marty, you can also look for some nice divergence there on the RSIs. If you see double bottoms, but a nice RSI higher low, that can give you some early cues. Speaking of cues, let's see what the weakness today is doing here. The weakness is bounced up. It's getting ready to meet my momentum line. So let's see what happens. Doesn't matter if it's a stock or an index. You can see right there it broke. And it broke. Look at this. It broke the 5-day. And then it came back and tested the 5-day. So this 5-day average is, in fact, a legitimate pivot level in the NASDAQ. But right now, we're going to watch this area right here closely and see what happens. If the market hits, if the NASDAQ hits that and stops and the sellers start pushing on the gas back down, then maybe we're headed lower into these areas. If not, then it's like every other day we've had recently where it's just kind of a midday pullback and then end of the day tells the story. We'll see what happens. All right, looks like I am caught up on questions. Let's see what my stupid stock is doing. Again, I hardly have any of this. It's nothing like PSLV, but for 4 million shares in the float, and yesterday I saw this thing and I basically just kind of bought it right there around 160, and I go, I'm not adding to it. I'm not selling it. I just want to see what happens. So yes, I was pleased yesterday to see the 10 SMA hold it. And then I said, oh, okay, well, let's just see what happens. It broke, but this isn't hurting me. Woke up this morning and there were stories about it. And I thought, oh, hey, let's go. And I said, all right, this is going to be a winner. And then I turned my back on it before you knew it. It was right back down here. So as I mentioned earlier, here's that 5-day moving average. And this is really kind of starting to come up close to my entry point, which is right about here. So that's how I'm playing this thing. It's an IPO. Oh, also, interestingly enough, it's got a anchored VWAP on the IPO. Why does that not want to work for me? There it is. And then there. So it kind of tagged that first anchored VWAP, and then the second one is from the first day of trading of the IPO. So it's still underneath those levels, but those are levels that I was ready to sell into, but didn't quite get the sells off. That's funny. All right. What's my PSLV doing? Just hanging in there. I look at the dollar via UUP. This is a basket ETF. Oh, look at that. The basket of US dollar ETF gapped and found the 5-day and the 10-day and the 15-minute right there. Look at that intersection. That was kind of a perfect little technical intersection there, isn't it? I can't read the rest of that. It's got that stupid heart in the way. I can't read that. Oh, I think it says work. 10 SMA work on 5-minute chart for entry. It can, but what I have found is the 15-minute is so much more reliable. Let's just change this one right here as we're looking. So there's the 15-minute. That's pretty black and white. I mean, there is no argument as to where the bidders found support on UUP. The 15-minute 10 SMA. Let's see what the 5-minute looks like. We'll kind of answer our own question here. Doesn't tell me anything. It's a little sloppy. See right there, I would have been hoping for that thing to hold, but this time frame doesn't work for me. I'm not saying it can't work for you, because there's no right or wrong answers in trading. It's an art form. But after years and years and thousands and tens of thousands of hours of looking at charts, the 15-minute time frame imprints and lines up on my time frames a lot better. Hopefully you can see that. Now, the same goes for the daily. So 15-minute in the daily chart, I give a lot of credibility to the 10 SMA. He's cheering. See, I know when Andy's sending me a DM, I need to type CUAD because he's the one who got me into this thing. So 1 minute you're cursing it, the next minute you're cheering it. But when you're playing a stock like this with a 4 million share float, you can't pile into a normal 10% position or something. This is I'm going to think this is probably a 3% position for me in my general account. It's just a little fun money, just a little night at the casino or a couple days at the casino. Oh, hey, thanks for pointing that out, Patrick. Look at Patrick. Look at my metrics, up 98. I'm up 50% today. Hey, are you in silver, Patrick? I don't know if you heard earlier, but I've been holding on to a pretty good chunk of PSLV since that major gap. And I've been just Hail Marying it that it would trade back through. So I got back in here and prayed that it would get through there, and then prayed that it would hold there and there. And now I'm just starting to feel pretty good about it. The only thing I don't like is we've got up here to these levels. And so kind of lately, once you look left and find that level, it's almost like, tag. When you get there, there's like a relief. So I wouldn't be surprised. I'm just kind of waiting for this. That doesn't mean I'm going to get out. But I'll tell you what, I'm making a lot more just parked in PSLV than I am parked in cash in half my account. I've also got my mom in AGQ. I can't buy AGQ in my 401k. That one is a triple. But I've been making my mom some money in her Schwab account too. Okay, what's up, Luca? I took a short on Roku. Broker rule. I was going to wait to add until it tested 110. It's working, but I don't like breaking rules. Let's take a look. So short on Roku. So you're shorting strength, which there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of good traders can make a lot of good money because shorts, or I should say profit taking, is what happened in this case. They come quick. And there's nothing more fun for a trader than a quick win, right? Not having to toil and twist through a day and a half like I have to do sometimes. Okay, so I'm not knocking your short at all. This was an interesting tell. So if you're watching, you're like, whoa, 2 days, 3 days, there's a doji. Man, if this thing just even breaks that thing that Steve talks about, that moving average, that's that signal candle right there. And once that signal candle posted, it was over. It was over. So some of you have heard of bull bear traders and those guys, I can't remember their name, but they trade extremely fast time frames, and they look for extended market stocks like this, and then they zoom in and they wait, and they do kind of what I do, but they do it on a 1 minute candle. I wait for that 15-minute confirmation candle that says, hey, we finally closed a candle below this rising 10 SMA. The momentum might be dying. So you either use that to take your profits if you're a long, or if you're like Luca and you're on the ball and you want to short and maybe catch a quick bag of a good profit, you wait for the signal candle to enter your short. Oops, right there. And virtually no pain. All right. I don't know what you're waiting for 110 to add. So you were maybe fading it even a lot earlier. Where is that? Okay, you're going to wait to add. Yeah, so I'm not really sure what your time frame was, but when I look at it, that's what my time frame is. I don't want to stick around short too long on a stock that's been trending up like this. but you can get some wonderful breaks. And if you're positioned, it adds up quickly. And again, there's nothing more satisfying to a trader mentally than having quick profits and not having to mess around. You got to know what you're doing. Shorting into strength can be deadly, but that's why I would wait for that signal candle. And again, the bull bears traders, those guys are good. They wait. They love to find parabolic moves, and they like to short parabolic moves, but they have a method in the way they do it. Because Marius is right. You can get run over bigly, and every now and then those guys get run over bigly too. I've seen it. I know some of them. But in the end, it's like a month at the horse racing track. They cash tickets. Andrew Aziz, thank you. The Aziz and his cousin came on and gave us a presentation once. I think, or somebody was related to him. I can't remember, but they have a good method. So I highly recommend, if you're somebody, Luca, who wants to do that type of trading, those guys are good. Bull Bear Traders, Andrew Aziz. He's one of our affiliates, and he's presented a couple times. Oh, Cabo in 48 hours. I missed it already. It's funny. This is my, let me show you. Green screens. Green screens. This is my green screen on Zoom, Patrick. I hope you have a good time. So Dan and I and Jamie and Brian Shannon were here for a week. It was great to have Brian join us. So I look for shooting stars. Yeah, so a nice topping tail on an extended parabolic move, and then I would switch to that 15-minute. You're zooming to 15-minute. Great. Look for a long wick, and then retest that wick. I do use the 10 SMA. Thanks to you. Good. I mean, hey, it works. I'm glad. I'm happy to share it. It's one of the few things I feel like I can share with people that does give them value, because it's pretty damn simple. I actually wanted to know what you explain about Roku with 5-minute chart. Okay, let's go 5-minute chart, Roku. Okay, so we still, well, we've changed time frames. So this 5-day moving average is a different value now. But it is kind of following that 5-period movement, that 10 SMA as well. It's not to say it can't. But I'm going to go back to the 15, because that's really where I make my decisions. And the 15, totally different story than what we just looked at. If you're waiting for that 5-minute candle to break back up and break above, I'll do it again. I'll show you right here. Time frame, 5-minute candle, and you're short, then you don't want to be really short after it breaks back above this, momentum line on the 10 SMA. But when we go to the 15, again, there's more toil and more noise and frittering around. But if you just give it some patience, sometimes those two tests right there can't make it through my 15-minute SMA. So I'm likely to say, if that holds to the downside, we may have a really good target right here at this 5-day, because if that holds and the shorts go lower, you're coming here. And then this is a target you could set yourself up for, which is 101.75. Okay, good. Yeah. Do I short stocks often? When I'm shorting Willie, I'm usually using inverse ETFs with the leverage. And I don't know why. I just like the leverage. I like TZA. I've done well in TZA. The IWM Russell 2000 has not really participated like the NASDAQ. Matter of fact, my God, look at this. This might be time to consider it again. I really don't want to short the market, but what I see here is the Russell 2000 can't get back above its 200-day moving average. This could be in store for the IWM. Therefore, I literally I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to do it in a second, but I would. I'm leaving town, and I don't like to be short the market when I'm leaving town. I've got other things I got to focus on. I got to go care for my dad for a few days, and I'm not going to trade. I'm not going to focus on trading while I'm supposed to be there, focused on him. But I would likely nibble on maybe some TZAs here, and that's shorting the market. I'm shorting via an inverse ETF. You can see a lot of this back here. I was making some decent money on these moves because I like this particular ETF. Same with the SQQQ, but that's tough to make money in as the NASDAQ just keeps going higher. Look at this thing, just got blasted. I was trying to short in FAS, which is a XLF financial. I shorted it down here on this low, got a bit of a bounce, and it rolled back over. And I said, nope, flat the trade, no loss, no harm, no foul. Get me out. This is crazy. Can't get it to work. So I like to short, but I like to use the inverse ETFs to really get that leverage, because if you recall, my favorite trade is a day and a half, 2 days. You're not going to lose that much on the ETF, those inverse triples, what they call decay. Every day they decay a little bit. They lose a little bit of value. Don't ask me the value, the why, but it's because they reset. What's the green line on your 15-minute chart? Oh, okay. So this is a price alert that went off. So anytime a green line is on there, it's a price alert that I've set. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to IWM, just because this is my work process. I'm not going to short the market. As I just told you, I'm leaving town. All right. I'm not going to focus on trading. I'm clearing out my positions tomorrow. But let's just say I'd like to know if this IWM really breaks down below this 5-day moving average. I'm just going to right click and create a price alert. And if I was in town, I might consider buying some TZAs if that happened. So I right click and it's a blue line, which means it's active. And if the price comes down and triggers through it, then the price alert comes up and tells me in real time something happened. Do I want to participate based on what's happening now? I'll look at the market. I'll look at the sectors. Am I leaving town? If I use a price alert on the leveraged ETF, that's a great question, Willie. I always see what I just did here. I just based my decision on the underlying ETF. I am not going to go to TZA and say, hey, if TZA triggers, I'd like to know. I'm always going to do that. So what you probably saw was just a level in my mind when I was trading that stock in the past and I forgot to delete it. Like, hey, I just want to know if TZA hits this level. Just show me, because I might have to make a decision. So the point being, I want to drive home, you're correct, is, Willie, the regular market, the regular IWM is the actual underlying. When you start looking at daily charts of the triples, they're like a funhouse mirror. They're distorted and oblonged and oblique. They're just not right. So you really don't want to base your price level entries on the triple ETF. You want to base your price level entries on the underlying. But sometimes if I'm in it, I just want to know if it touches a number. I'll throw that in there. All right. I'm getting behind. Let me back up here. Are you open to going through another stocks like this exercise? I mean, not really. I'm not, because I think it's I don't think it's a great tool. We can try it, but in my opinion, every time I try to go through there, I just wind up confusing myself more than if I were to try and work backwards through a chart and using the alerts and the filters that I know we have. Because when you get that stocks like this result, as I'm sure you're aware, Marius, it's like one big vomit. There's 9,000, there's 19 different things you can pick through. And I haven't really found a lot of value in it. We can try it if we've got some time. Let me see if we got some time. Andrew Aziz uses S3 and R3 pivots. Yeah, that's interesting. I don't even see those usually. But good for him, because those are valid points. S1, S2, S3, and the R family as well. Why do you use a price alert on leverage ETF? Okay, we answered that. There is decay. You are correct. I was really getting at it that day. If I have the settings all good, I don't want to go back to that day that's like a month in the past, and especially pre-market. Taking everything that I said about the stocks like this, if you want to try to do something in pre-market with that, there's even more vomit on there that I think is just over analysis paralysis. That's what I'm going to say. I really feel like the stocks like this page is a fun little exercise to go into, but it's over analysis paralysis. I would rather start with a clean slate and build something from my mind that I know that I want. The two SMA, what did you say the two S? Oh, yes. So Matt, hello, Matt. On my 15-minute chart, the blue line is a 5-day simple moving average. Now I could draw a 5-day simple moving average on my daily chart, but I've already got the 10, the 20, the 50, the 200. I don't need another piece of over analysis paralysis on my daily chart. So Brian Shannon, my friend, taught me that if you take a 15-minute chart and then you add an indicator with SMA with 130 candles, there it is, 130, the dark blue line, it smooths it out, and you can look at the 5-day moving average through the prism of a 15-minute window. So that's my first moving average, and it's a big one. I mean, those are areas of interest. I always want to find out what's going on at those areas of interest. Right now, the IWM's kind of trying to hold it after closing at it yesterday. The second one is the 10 SMA. And the 10 SMA is just like it sounds, 10 simple 15-minute candles. The 10 SMA was working very well yesterday in CUAD right there. And what I do is I just wait for that first closing candle tells me that momentum is dead. And so that was probably going to be the one. I can't go back to October and look at something that's too far back. I think we even tried that, and we've all beat our head against the rock on that one. So I don't really want to do that again. TSA Tesla follows the 130 15-minute. Let's take a look. Okay, TSLA. In relation to, okay, yeah, so let's zoom out a little bit more. Okay, so actually Tesla's got like a pinch play going here. I call it, Brian even calls it that too with AView app, but it's a great name, pinch. And as you can see, it's being pinched. It was brought down and walked down to the woodshed by the 10 SMA, and it brought it down to the 5-day moving average. And that's where support was found. I think we were talking about that in another chart recently. If you were short, that would be your downside target. So now we're just looking to see what's going to happen. We basically have a resolution court here, and we just have to let the clock tick and tell us which side is going to win. It's either going to break down and tell us that Tesla is not as strong as we think it is, even though it's strong on the daily here above its moving averages, or it's going to hold this 5-day moving average and it's going to break back through this short-term downside. Chances are it might do that. I don't know, but that's the fun part is we can sit and we can look at these pinch plays and we can wait and see how it resolves itself. Yes, Matt, it's 130 candles. So just, I can actually, if you've got Trade Ideas charts, why don't I do this? Why don't I just share my chart with you? You can have it. And that way all of the settings will be ready to go. And so it's 130 15-minute candles smoothed out that gives you that. That's my favorite. Hard drinking, hard trading. Supreme Market. Hello, Mike C. How's it going? All right. I'm jealous of Cabo, Patrick. You're going to have fun. Let's see what the weather looks like down there. So basically, high 60s to high 70s, 70 to 80, 70 to 80. Lucky you. All right, so the CAUD again can be unpredictable, like a caged animal. It's only got 4 million shares in the float. It can bounce all around your moving averages and make you feel silly sometimes. So again, very small size. Just sitting in this thing to see what happens and see if it gets stupid. And if it does and starts running to new highs, if I should be so lucky, I'll become a seller. There's no way I can go back to October 10th on the charts and just try and figure all that out. And again, if it's pre or post market, I don't find any value whatsoever. There's no value that I can give you from that vomit. If there's somebody else that maybe thinks there's more value and can get you something, maybe. But I hate to just go through it for the sake of going through it. It's too much. You're better off saying, I want to see stocks like, let me just work backwards here. SLT, is that a stock? I don't know. I don't know what SLT is. Okay, you can get passive aggressive on me. That's cool. Forget it. I don't find value in that tool, and I don't really want to confuse people with that tool. So we're not going to use it. You're better off deciding, like I said to Michael, I said, hey, wouldn't it be great if you could take like the Market Explorer and show me stocks that gapped up and then maybe came back to their 10-day moving average, and we just kind of figure that out and work it out on our own. And we do that. Gap fill, pull back to the 10 SMA. There it is. We kind of just thought through it and figured it out and do it that way. That's what I think is the best way, is to work backwards as to what you're looking for to start with, but you're not going to find the answer in stocks like this. I don't find value in it. Yeah, when we went through it on October 12th, I obviously was confusing myself. So I don't know what to say about it. So if I don't know what to say about something, I'm not going to speak about it. Michael's saying he still has some TAL from the strength alerts. Oh yeah, that's doing well. TAL Education, oh, that's a China stock. Marius, I know that we've gone through, other people have gone through that exercise. A lot of us have gone through that exercise for that one day and that one stock, and I just don't think there's anything that can be gleaned from it. Those NASDAQs ever pull themselves out of their bootstraps? Yeah, they're trying. Look at that. Yeah, close enough. Butted right up against that 15-minute candle, butted right up against the 10 SMA, and it's trying to bleed higher. Brian Shannon was looking at SHOT earlier this morning. I don't think it did much. It's just, now here's SHOT. Now this is something I would probably consider. I think I put an alert right there at a high of today. And if it takes out that high, I like this daily chart. I like the way, look at how it's holding the 10-day SMA. We've been talking about the 15, but this stock came into play big time, in the last 2 weeks. Gave it back as it should, but found support. And now it's kind of wedging, giving us a nice wedge here. So just giving a little preliminary heads up, maybe a little bit higher right there. Prior day's high. If it takes that out, it could have some follow through, but it might just be noise until then. I do not like to use pre-market and post-market, Jamie. I like my charts clean. Now, that's not to say that I wouldn't say something like, oops, let me do it this way. Go back to the old browser and say type in CAUD. Now, CAUD was active pre-market. Now I'm in it. So it might behoove me to at least know, where those levels were. So I might come in here and just take a look at it once. Pre-market. Okay, well, that was a pretty big level. 213 was a pretty big level in pre-market and regular market. Here's a level right here. So I can expect this level, 181. So knowing that, I know that 181 is probably going to be some resistance, but I can't stand the extra candles on my chart. I just don't like it. So I'll just know that 181, I might even put a price alert in there. That corresponds perfectly with that little wick right there. So I'll put those in sometimes just to nudge me and let me know that the price is there. And it's a decision point. Either the sellers are going to hold that level or it'll trade through. Again, if you join late, path, you should not be in that going into earnings, even though it was a nice trade of the week. But Mario, I'm telling you, I can't get any value out of that tool. That tool gives me zero value. And if it gives me zero value, I can't give you any value. This program is about trial and error. It's about back testing. It's about trying. It's about running histories. It's about tweaking filters. It's about looking for a stock and trying to figure out a way to back your way into that stock. That's just one tool, but I don't use it and I don't have any value to give. I really don't. I'm sorry. What I would suggest you do is send us a chart. And if we can look at a chart, and please don't make it be that same one. Find something different. Find something different. A new setup that's recent, that we can look at the chart and say, okay, I see you want to look for something that's just below the pre-market high, but we can try and work backwards through our own brains, but I can't find any value in stocks like this. So I don't use it. Huge difference on Tesla when pre-market is on. Let's see. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I see that now. It's nowhere near its pre-market range. I just never have felt like I've missed out on anything not using the pre-markets. We have a float custom formula that you can write at info@trade-ideas.com if you don't have. There is a custom formula, I believe, that's a bit of a workaround that can be added to your account so that if a stock comes up with a null value in the float, it won't be suppressed from your scan. But you'll have to email info@trade-ideas.com and request the custom formula for that and the instructions on how to program it, because our data providers have been extremely spotty upstream with us on that information for some reason. We're trying to figure that out. There's nothing we can do about the float data that we're not already trying to do. We're asking our data providers what's going on. You also have to remember float data can be very relative. Some, especially with smaller cap stocks, that data is not always handy, and some sites might have a different value than other sites. So we're aware of the issue. It's definitely a priority. I'm a trader. I understand how important it is to know where the floats are. But for now, the only workaround we have is that custom formula.
Listen, I'll take over, and I want to actually ask Marius, what stock is that that it is 67 million when we say 6.9? The reason I asked is that is a factor of 10, so I'm just wondering if it did a reverse split and it just hasn't been accounted for.
That can happen. I've seen that.
So, what stock is it? There's no workaround though for incorrect. Well, I shouldn't say incorrect data. There's no workaround. Our data, the workaround is if our provider has no float
No.
data at
Yeah.
all. Okay.
No.
There is no workaround for us if our provider says 10 million and you go to another site and it says 5 million and you go to another site and it says 7 million and on and on and on. There's no workaround to that.
No.
But so you can go. You can go now. It's 5-2.
Well, I'm
If
going
you
to
want
type
to,
in
unless you're just having too much fun.
info@trade-ideas.com so Marius sees that. That's where you email and you ask for the custom formula for the null float volume. So there you go. That's the instructions. All right, I got to go, Barry.
Okay, thanks, Steve.
See you.
Okay, bye. rooms now. Okay, I'm back in both rooms now. But Marius, I'd actually be interested in what stock did you say was actually 67 million in the float and we had 6.9? Just want to see what one that was. Meanwhile, oh my goodness. OMGA, another pretty low float, 21 million. 21 million. Now this, I've never even seen this one before, so I will take a look, but yeah, we don't have any float info on that. So did you save that that website, the dilution tracker? They don't even have that. It hasn't even been indexed yet, unless I typed it in wrong. Wait a minute, might have typed it in wrong. IXHL. There we go. So they have 11.9 million in the float. Okay. I would encourage anybody, if you see you get an alert and you don't see any float information, you can always, I mean, listen, it's not a workaround exactly, but you know, that's what I use. Yeah, there you go. So save it this time. Okay. So this is not recent, Marius. Okay. I mean, I was just interested because remember now, float information does get updated every twice a month, 15th and 20th. Sorry, 15th and 30th, approximately, depending on, you know, obviously not during weekends, but, and also, for instance, we saw one yesterday. What was the one that did a 1 for 10? Was it Yosh? No, it wasn't Yosh. What was the one that did a 1 for 10 that was effective yesterday? It might have been Yosh also, but there was another one because when we looked at the float information and it was 10 times what it was, but you know, yesterday was the 28th or the 20, well, the 29th. So it had not been adjusted yet. And that's industry wide. Okay, that is industry wide. That's nothing to do with yeah, there was another one, though, Marius. There was another one that and if you went to FinViz, you would see the fact they didn't have it adjusted yet for the 1 for 10. Whereas this other website, they seem to be able to adjust it immediately. Anyway, ARWR. So ARWR, see that? Wow. What a day this one's had. Positive at the beginning, mildly positive at the beginning, and then just a drop all day long on earnings. I just put the dilution tracker, Marius. Okay. Marius, just I put it in dilution tracker. Okay. I think they're very good. Boy, this has been a nice earnings play all day, guys. PVH. Basically, other than that one little bottoming tail here, I mean, this has been basically straight up earnings play, PVH. Now, it might have a tough go to try to crack 100. Yeah, the only problem I've ever had with dilution tracker is if the stock is a large cap, they don't care because they say, well, dilution probably is not an issue. They actually come out and say that. So but I think it's pretty good when you've got these low float ones, low price, low float ones. Okay, so Tony, this is the link. This is what I use when like Yosh. Okay, as an example, Yosh provider has no float information. Okay, so when I see that, then what I do is I go to Dilution Tracker and let's see what they say. So I just type in Yosh, and they tell me, about 500,000 shares in the float. You know what? I think this was the one yesterday. You know what? I think this was the one yesterday that we saw on I think our provider might have had, 5 million in the float, but it had not been updated, of course, because now today's the 30th. So you take 1/10 of that, and that gets you, for some reason, it's not updating. I think it was that one. There may have been another one that did a 1 for 10. Okay. But I do recall it, but it seems to ring a bell that it might have been Yosh. So we had information, but now we don't because they did the reverse split, or it hasn't been adjusted yet. Anyway, that's what I do though. I mean, I don't get too bent out of shape. I don't use the float filter at all. Okay. When I get an alert, I'll check. If I don't see any float information, then I'll quickly look at that site and just check it out. But I don't use the float info. I mean, in other words, I don't say, okay, only show me stocks that have a maximum of 20 million in the float, or 15 million, or 10 million. I just don't do that. And what that does for me, of course, is that I know there's a bit of a hack that you can there, and Marius, if you do what Steve said, info@trade-ideas.com, there's a bit of a hack that you can use for the float. But I don't really care. If I don't see it, if I don't see the information, first of all, I don't see the information. No, 99 times out of 100, I know it's going to be a low float. All right, guys. So let's see, 104 now. Anything happen here? This IXHL. So it did the crazy, didn't it? It got up to 1257 or so, and now it has come back down. This is All right, now this CPNG, which I still cannot see any news on it. And it's just basically, from about 9:30, sorry, 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern time, it's been pretty much steadily down. And the next low looking left is 1488. So I mean, that could be some support, maybe. But if it took out 1488, it might keep moving down. Of course, Marius, I completely get it. I mean, that's why when we're talking about the VVOS yesterday, how could a stock be almost up 1,000%? Because of the float. Yes, I get it. Okay. Because of the float, 995,000 shares in the float. How can it be down 40%? Because of the float. So I don't have the 20 at all. Okay, Tony. I only have the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. And when you say use, I really don't use these. Okay, but I'll put them up. I'll put these up here. This is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart and the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. I would hesitate to for me to use the word use them. They're interesting, but it's not like I'm, really paying that much attention to them. I know maybe I should be a little bit more, but the big one for me is the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. That's the big one. I don't think I've really ever used the 20. I may have had the 20 up, but and the other one I keep an eye on is the VWAP. Well, I mentioned this one quite a while ago. DOOO. I don't remember where I first saw it. Probably at 6074. So it really hasn't moved that much. Actually, that's incorrect. It has moved. First time I saw it was at 10 o'clock, and it was at 6123. And this is just the flip, guys. This is the momentum up, and this is momentum down. Basically just the flip of this. What can be flipped gets flipped. In other words, obviously this is looking for new highs. So the other one, new highs of the day. The other one is looking for new lows of the day, and this has to be up at least 2%. The other one has to be down at least 2%. Other than that, everything else is the same in terms of the price range and the minimum and the volume, etc. NBSE halted again on the way up or down. On the way up. So had the big run, big pullback. These are tough ones, guys. I mean, really, really tough. Yeah, another low float. Let's see where it could open. 115, 115 could open. There's the halt at 109. One moment, I'll be right back. Okay, I guess I'm going to do a video now. SPY is still trending downwards, but we still have that big disconnect. Dow is up quite a bit. Nas is down quite a bit. SPY is down a little. Still pretty steady here, guys. It's Victoria's Secret, you know. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy, but you know, kind of hanging in there. Might make a late day run via CO. Okay, guys, sorry again. Internal discussion. All right. NBSE resumed. Let's see what happened to it. Yeah, not much. Not much yet anyway. So it got halted at 109, resumed at 116. Well, maybe. I mean, it's problem is when you see this, you think, could this happen again immediately? So you're going to see people, if they get into this one, are going to be really, probably really quick to maybe, get out of some at least because they don't want to see that happen again to them. 135 and then a big drop. My opinion only, of course. Do I think bros? Well, actually, okay. So bros, are you looking at my bouncers toppers, Marty? The problem with bounce trades right now today is the market. Okay, now the market doesn't have you don't have to see a bunch of giant green candles to help, but the market is just sort of moving down. So I'm finding that to try to time a bounce play when the market's doing this is probably pretty tough. I don't mean nothing will bounce, but the size of the bounce, of course, is important. How much bounce can you get when the market's doing this? To me, it's just not that conducive to bounce plays. So you're asking specifically about bros. I mean, 27 looks like pretty good support. A lot of some daily charts, right, or daily candles are right there. But look, if the market all of a sudden turned around, maybe took a 454 and started to move, I think that bounce plays probably would be look a lot. Well, not probably, they'd look a lot better. The potential, for a good bounce. I just don't see the potential for a great bounce here. Here's another one that showed up on that scan, Hasbro, HAS. It doesn't mean none of them will bounce, but yeah, I mean, you can see what happened. There was the alert. Yeah, it popped up a little bit, came down. I mean, it's just too erratic for me to try to play a bounce today, unless the market. In fact, that's what I'll do. I'll put a price alert at 454 and see if it takes that out and then starts to move a little bit. the chart link. Okay. I'm going to have to try to find it. Was it the one at 12:40 Eastern time? I only see one link that he put in here, so I'll load it. Was that to do with Tesla? Looks like it was Tesla, right? So let me just see. Now, I may have to refer to him because it's not mine, of course. So, okay, well, so there it is. Okay, so he's got the SMA 10 in green, and then he likes this SMA 130 in blue. So it's like a pinch, I guess. Okay, so that's what it is. If you look at the top here, it'll tell you SMA 10 is in green. So there's the SMA 10, simple moving average. 10 10 period moving average on the 15-minute chart. And then there's this is his one that he likes to see, this SMA 130, and there it is in blue. Okay. Now, how you interpret all that, that's up to you. You know, I'm not a user of this. Okay. And this is something to do with a 5-day. Okay. So does that help, Tim? Because please don't ask me to try to interpret this. I mean, because I don't, I mean, to me, this looks like maybe some kind of a pinch happening right now. And if I put another symbol in, you know, I mean, it looks very different. So maybe the cross there was a suggestion to buy it. I mean, this is all in retrospect, of course. Right at the top, Tim. Okay. If you let's get back to Tesla. Okay. See, right at the very well, it did have it. Is it not showing up now? Oh, here we go. So see right at the very top above the buy and sell. If you can see my screen, let me make it a lot bigger. So you see the buy and sell right there. And then right above it, you've got all this information. One of them being the SMA 10 in green and the SMA 130 in blue. Can you see that? Okay, I think that TY meant thank you. Oh, I know it meant thank you, but that means that you see this, you see it now. So has the Tesla has the Tesla announcement already happened? I know it's at 2 o'clock. I think was it Central Time? Yeah, there it is again. So there's the NBA. Wow. Okay. Well, look at this. So it took that out like nothing. Boy, there are 110,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers to short for this NBSE. I'm so surprised. None of the stocks today are quite acting like the VVOS did yesterday, though. There's a lot of gyration. Okay, so that might, okay, are you using, do me a favor, Tim. If you right click on the chart, 'cause I don't use the HTML chart. So if you right click on the chart and this menu pops up, if you go right to the bottom where it says use browser interface, is that checked? If you can see what I'm pointing at, that might be the reason. I don't use. So well, you know what I'll do? I hate to do this. So is use browser interface checked? I don't think this is going to destroy me, but let me just check it and see what happens. Yeah, I think that's the reason. Okay, so uncheck that. For whatever reason, it doesn't show up when you use the browser interface. Now, if I uncheck it, then they show up. So that's the reason, okay, Tim? You understand? Okay, good. I don't using the browser interface really slows my system down. So that's why I don't use it. And I really don't even know what the advantage is. I don't think there's really an advantage. In fact, there seems to be just things missing in the browser interface that are not that you'd have on what I'll call the normal charts. All right, guys. What if there's any hope for minim later on in the day? Good. Okay. Now you might have to go to every chart and uncheck. Though I think there is in tools, options, charts. Yeah. So if you want to just do it universally, just go to tools, options, and then charts. See how it's unchecked? So you would just uncheck that, and then all your charts will not have that problem. And don't forget to save. Okay, guys, I got to figure out a video to do for today. I could do WB, but I think what I'm trying to do is create a bit of a theme here, and I think I know what I'm going to say about the MINM. Now that we're in, this low float mania, for how long I don't know. But thanks for the offer or the suggestion. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video. So say 13, no 128. So say 138 should not take that long, but again, just in case. Okay, guys, muting myself now. All right. So I am, let's see, Wolf. All right. Wolf could be interesting. Trying to recover from yesterday's earning disaster. It was an all-time low down here. Trying to recover a little bit. Has a little bit of room, I guess, at the 330 mark. Look at the volume though, 179,000 shares. That's 4.8 times normal, but that's what makes it really, really difficult. Not very much volume. I mean, look at the other ones that are, go crazy. They're up 800% or so. They're trading millions upon millions of shares. So that makes it pretty dicey. Australian stock. All right, guys. Minim, MINM, getting maybe a little bit frisky here. Bottoming tail. Starting to move a little bit here. Volume is starting to come in. You can see the volume bar right there. It's bigger than the previous three. And this is just starting out, really. It still has another not quite 9 minutes. So this could eclipse that one if the volume keeps up. Still very choppy. I mean, up to 750 or so, right back down to 680, 690. Had this been up in this area here around, between around 9 and this was happening, there'd be a really good shot that it would take out that 10. But just look at the volume starting to pick up here, guys. The volume is starting to pick up. Mm. Well, again, if you're going to take this one at any time in the day, just, be careful. Try to share size. Don't take too many shares. Hard to put a stop. Have to have a place you're going to get out, of course, but how wide is it going to be? If it was the low of this candle, I mean, that's such a wide stop. 550. but it has that explosive nature, but just like it happened here. Is this still halted or something? The reason I don't even get any information about this in an Interactive Broker, this IXHL. This is what I'm saying. Is it halted? No data beyond this? I mean, is it halted? It does say that it's halted. Oh well. You guys getting the same thing with in Interactive Brokers? I mean, I've never, I'm not saying never, but I rarely see something like this. It doesn't look like I could trade this even if I wanted to. There's no bid ask for me at Interactive Brokers. You cannot use trade ideas. Well, I mean, it depends what you mean by trading futures. I mean, we don't scan for futures, so we only scan for stocks. So typically, when we get a question like that, can I use trade ideas for trading futures? Um, so we don't scan for we don't have any scans for futures. So okay, just stocks, nothing else. No futures, no forex, no crypto. So IXHL and Interactive Brokers. Well, we have ETFs. I mean, we have because ETF it trades like a stock, so you can scan for ETFs. Yes, you can put a whole list of ETFs. I mean, we have an ETF tracker here. In fact, ETF racing. I don't know what that's going to give me, but yeah. So these are the ETF gainers. So this is the top list. ETF losers. So if you went to that channel, these are some ETFs that we're following. And of course, the big ones, the sectors, if you're looking at just the major sectors, we've got that too. I don't trade them though. Well, if you know what they are, Marius, you could just create a symbol list and just follow them. I don't know. You'd have to load them. You could see it up here in the single stock window, whether it's a 3-time bearish or well, 3 times. But I don't think we don't have a scan. I think that's going to show you just the 3 timers. But you could go to any website. You could Google it. You could find out. You could find all the 3 timers, and then just put them into a symbol list, and then track them in your symbol list, and it'll load just like a chart. Yes, I still, well, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care that much. I mean, about IXHL, but it's interesting that we have data on it and I'm still getting this message. Now, you said halted. I mean, I have here no data past 1339, which is 139. That's Interactive Brokers. Not a big deal for me. Maybe that's it. Maybe. I mean, it says NASDAQ here, but so is that a list of the three timers, Larry? All right. Well, listen, Marius, here, if you can see my screen, somebody kindly pointed out these are the three timers. If you can see my screen, let me see if I can enlarge it just a little bit for you. Well, with at least 800,000 shares, I guess. So if you can take, you want to take a screenshot of that and create a symbol list with these in there, there you go. Or you can come into the other room as you know how to do that, and you can take a look at it from there. Okay. Thank you, Larry. Well, this one has just been on a roll, hasn't it? ASO earnings play, very, again, kind of crazy action. It's gone positive now after being down quite a bit, but it's tacked on about $6 from its low in the pre-market. I heard Steve talking about not not wanting to have pre-market. I couldn't, we're so different. I mean, he says he can't stand it having the pre-market candles, and I couldn't stand not having them. It just goes to show, everybody has a different trading idea. All right, what is this one doing? HSHP. It's just showing up, making a new high. Some volume coming in, a little bit of not much volume though. Again, 174,000 shares. Yes, it's 3.4 times normal, but not a lot of volume. Well, Steve again is not much of an intraday trader, also. Okay, so he's probably not trying to do anything in the pre-market anyway. But he's not much of an intraday trader. He's much more of a swing trader. Michael Noss is the same thing. He doesn't like to see pre-market stuff, but again, he's way more of a swing trader. The pre-market stuff is irrelevant, really, if you're a swing trader. Somewhat irrelevant. And they're not swinging these crazy little ones. Well, actually, not a bad spread. 2-cent spread. Now just widened to 8 cents, but I'll be honest, guys, I'm not too interested. I've had a pretty good day. Obviously the MINM kind of made my day. I was very, very, very fortunate. In and out so quickly before it dropped. Do I trade the pre-market? Well, okay. If you're asking me, do I ever trade the pre-market? Yes. Do I often trade the pre-market? No. Not because I have any bias against it. It's just that I'm so busy doing a lot of different things that I cannot concentrate just on trying to trade in the pre-market. So, but every now and then, if I see something that has got a lot of room and it's got extraordinary volume, I might take a poke at it. But you really got to be on top of it because most of the time those are low floaters. So, I can't be messing around doing a lot of other things, which I typically am doing in the pre-market. And I can't, honestly, I cannot remember the last time I traded in the post market. Now, the only time I would trade in the post market, now typically though, then this is my scenario. I will never trade something probably for the first time that I've never seen all day. That's number one. Where I may trade in the post market is, let's just say this one. I don't know, probably not going to happen, but let's just click on MINM. So I've already traded it, obviously, and then it started to move a little bit, and I wasn't necessarily in it still, but I'm totally aware of what it did all day long, and then all of a sudden, in the post market, all of a sudden it starts to move a bit. I may take something like that, but typically I've already traded it, so it would more than likely not be a brand new trade, a first time trade. It could be though. Maybe I missed this all day long, and then it started to move higher, 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 and then at the end of the day, it closed near the high of the day, and then then I might start watching it and seeing if it just has a big jump through the high of the day and keeps going. But it's rare that I do that. Okay, thank you, Wiggle Boss. I will say this for it. The trend is mildly up. Okay, so there's a chance, that this could catch some enthusiasm again. There's a chance. Yeah, I mean, this has been a real messy one today. This one meaning VVOS. Yeah, too choppy for me. The BMEA. Though, let's see. Yeah, the next high looking left is 50, looks like it's around 1522 on the weekly chart for BMEA. And I was thinking this should show up on my 10-day daily breakout. Why isn't it? Well, look at yesterday's high. So that's why it has not broken through yesterday's high, therefore, not a 10-day daily breakout. Financing has hurt this one, double AOI. Sorry. Yeah, that was right. Double AOI, AAOI. Financing has definitely hurt this one. Now, could this be coming into a support area? You look at this area right here on the daily. Looks like there's some action down here around the 1280 mark. You guys, give me a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, I mean, this is I have to admit, I was all set. I was really all set to take this one again, the MINM. Luckily, I was just finishing up eating something. And but when I saw this and it was the volume, so the volume was great. And it did the same thing it did up here. This is way too risky right now. I mean, this got up to what 835, and then it comes right back down to like 704. Come on. So ARWR, another earnings play. This has just been hit really hard, 18% down, 101 million in the float. The next low looking left, 2287. So it still has about $1 to that next low. William, what are you doing today? Are you staying till 4? Any interesting ones after hours? All right, Ori, BKYI, penny running, okay? BKYI. I'm sure this is under $1. Yes, it is. Yeah, a lot of a lot of volume just came in. I remember when this was a lot higher. The MINM. I feel like a moth attracted to the flame here. It's hard. Okay, cool. So if you're not back by 3, then I'll be shutting the rooms down. Okay. I'll give you to about 310 or 305. But yeah, listen, William, whatever, you obviously do not have to do that. Well, listen, if this if the BMEA gets through that price alert that I've set here, I think it has some room. Here's the next high is 50, well, it's 1537, so it's still 30 cents away from that. I mean, if it takes it out, then 1625 is the next high on the daily. So, and you can see it's trying. I mean, 1537, 1537. All right, what about this one? Another low float, XGN, low float. Yeah, another. I mean, the relative volume is fine. It's just the absolute volume. And if you're wondering, well, why don't I just up the absolute volume? The reason being is that at the beginning of the day, I don't want to put like 500,000 or 600,000 or a million, because that stock could just be starting to ramp up, and I could miss that initial move when it's just starting to ramp up. So that's why my minimum is 100,000. But I have to admit, later on in the day, if I get the first time I get an alert for it, usually, there's not a lot of volume. But on the other hand, maybe it's just starting out. Again, maybe something hits, maybe some news hits, and it is just starting out. In this case, I don't see that, but it can happen. So that's why I don't get too upset about seeing something and the volume. I mean, look, if I don't want to click on it, I just have to look at here. Look at here. There's my volume right there. All right, guys. Let me take one more look at my homepage, or let you see what you can find on my homepage. So on my homepage, this is what you're going to find. Obviously, a way in which you can take out a subscription if you want. You can use this promo code Barry15. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos which go over a lot of the basic features of trade ideas. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my code. It'll really help to keep the room free. Okay, this is a free room. And we want to keep it that way. And the way we do it is that sometime in the future, you decide you want a subscription, just use my code. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, series of videos you can take a look at. Starts off pretty basic. What is a stock? Your first video. Stock of the day that I do, you can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you don't see it there, then maybe check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Education section is here. And all the scans that I'm currently sharing here. That's another reason why saving my home page. Then you can take a look at my scans anytime you want. And sometimes I do change them up from time to time. And if you have any questions about any of the scans, feel free to ask. This has been sort of rebranded as a support and trading room. Okay. So if you're sitting out there and you want to ask some questions about the product itself, don't be shy. You can do so. And this room is like this Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. I usually take off around 3. William, most of the time, will keep the room open till 4, but he may not be able to today. Taba, is it crawling back from after its disastrous day a couple of days ago, 3 days ago? Yeah. So look at this. Still trying to crawl back here. So above yesterday's high now. Yeah. So watch what I do, Marius. Okay. Watch what I do. I know, I'm sure you can hear me and you can see my screen. So watch exactly what I do. I'll just take one scan and it's the same for every one of them. So if I go to my home page and click here, there's the scan. So let's just pick pre-market actives up. Again, doesn't matter what scan you pick. So click on the open scan. That'll load into a new tab. There it is right there. Okay, that is, then I just copy it. I'm just highlighting it, copying it. Control C, now it is copied. So now that link is now copied. And then file, load from cloud. Come on. And so you see right there in the box here, that is the string right there. The same link is right here. If somehow it's not, well, if it's blank, then just paste it in. Okay. Just paste it in. Wouldn't you know it? I get there we go. So just paste it in and then load. So now it's on your screen. And then you just save it to your cloud. Okay. Let me get rid of this first. So now it's on your monitor. Now you just right click, save or share to cloud. Save. Now it's in your cloud. And you just repeat how many, whatever ones you want from my homepage. You just repeat the what I did. Okay. All right, guys. The only thing I don't think this one is going to do it. Okay. I don't really think this SNGX is going to do it. I mean, to take out this high up here, but I am going to keep my eye on the MINM. Now look what the market did. So the market actually, remember I put a price alert right there for the market. And so the market is trying to come back. Okay, guys, again, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. NVRO. Let's see what. Well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. NVRO, the next high looking left on the daily is 1867. So it's got a little bit of room. The interesting thing is that the alert happened for me at 8:23 here, 8:23 at 9:30. That was for the MINM. So, I mean, that trigger, if it can get to 8:23, and kind of hold a bit as opposed to just jumping right back down. And it's not optionable, so that's why it's not showing up in the option scanner. Okay, guys, listen, I'm just going to put myself on mute. If you have a question, I'll hop back on the mic, okay? But I really don't have too much going on right now. So, but if you do have a question, I will hop right back on the mic. See signs in a stock before big news is released. Do you have any alerts for that type of trade? In a word, no. Now, if you're talking, I mean, depends what you're talking about, like news that completely out of the blue. You're not talking about an earnings release where everybody knows when they're having earnings. No, I don't have anything that really is. I mean, you might start to see some. No, I'm just going to flat out say no. In fact, I'm always somewhat amazed when some stock that has just been sleepy for a while and has a big jump and it has news that there wasn't a leak about something coming. But so the really the bottom line is no. I have no a buyout merger or big news. No, not that I've been able to determine, Marty. Well, I don't know if it's a dumb question because I don't have an answer for it. Okay, so but you know what I'll do? So this is, all I did was I just typed in how can institutional holdings be greater than 100%? Instances where investors appear to hold shares in a company that far exceeds what actually exists. If you see investors holding more than 100% in a company, it may be due to a delay in updates. Another reason for exceeding the 100% holding mark may stem from short selling between investors. So but you can Google that. Maybe you'll get even more You know, when institutional share ownership exceeds 100%, it could be a warning sign to investors or one of several stock listing anomalies. Okay, just Google it and you'll get the same information I just got here. This is a shipper, guys. This didn't really see this in the pre-market. This is it is an earnings play. It didn't really, well, I guess it did. It actually had a pretty bleak look. Look at this in the pre-market, dropping, 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 trying to recover somewhat. Oh, it's a real cheap one. Okay. That's why I hadn't seen it before. INBS. Well, okay. The next high is 40, almost 49 cents. So from 40 to 49. I mean, if that moved like that and you took, you know, enough shares here, sure, it'd be a fantastic percentage increase, but you just got to take a lot of shares. We were talking about coin. Guys were talking about coin earlier, and now you're saying it's gone back to being, well, not quite green, but you know, that was that, did that truly happen? That got all the way down to 118? Or is that one of those wild tales that really didn't happen? Okay, guys, back on mute. Really good, Shane. You know, yeah, I mean, that's amazing. I mean, a lot of volume, 4 million in the float, 10 million have traded. Who's your broker, Shane? The reason I ask is that what if it's free, okay, free commissions. Otherwise, you got to take a lot of shares to make this up like worthwhile to do. And I'm just wondering, what are you being charged per share? Like I know IB, it's almost. I think you can make a deal with IB though, because you take 10,000 shares of this or something, and it's only $4,600, but you're paying half a cent a share in commissions, which is crazy. But I think you can make a deal with IB if that's what you want to be doing a lot of. How to rank current themes and subsectors. How to rank. What do you mean by, you mean like what are the top? What do you mean by current themes, Sam? Okay, again, what do you mean by strong tickers in the market? I mean, strong tickers can be the ones that are up the most for the day or down the most for the day if you're looking at the other side. Um, you know, up the most from the open, up the most from the close. Problem is that a stock that is up the most, okay, the stock that is up the most in the day doesn't necessarily mean that it's trending higher. Look at this one as an example. Stock racing might work, yeah. So this is 758%, but it's not near the high of the day. Would we call this strongly trending up? Not really. But so if you had a top list just showing you the stocks that were up the most for the day or up the most from the open, this would probably appear at the top, but it's not necessarily strongly trending right now. So stock racing, yeah, maybe stock racing would be a way to go. I don't do it anymore, but you can try loading. Sorry, from my homepage. No. All right, so from my homepage, if you click on my homepage link, you go to the scan section. Well, let's take a look at this one. The biggest gainers from the open. Okay, open the scan. So here's a race. Let me get rid of this. Okay, so here's a race which will start in about 10 seconds. Okay. So again, the race is based on this top list. This is the race I'm sharing. You can create your own top list, of course, but so if the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay. We're going to run the race based on the stock. When the race starts, we're going to run the race based on the stock that is moving the most since the race started. Okay. So that could be a stock. Oops. I mean, that could be a stock. Let me just do the change from the open. Okay. That could be a stock that's down here east. Okay. Which you're not seeing. It's certainly not anywhere close to being the one that is up the most from the open, but maybe, or macrogenics, 8.4%. But what if, for whatever reason, macrogenics all started to move? Remember, all the all the participants start off from the same starting line. So whatever is moving the most since the race started, you'll see at the top here. Okay. And this is a 4-minute race. You have your, you can pick whatever race time you want. So right now, AMP, which is here, it's up, what is it, 40% from the open. But of all the stocks that are in this list, as we speak, this is moving the most as we speak. Okay. And you can click on it. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to remain that way, because some other stock could come out of nowhere, or this is just could start to drop. But if I click on AMP, yeah, you can see exactly what happened. I'm gonna have to load this one tomorrow. This works pretty well for the low floaters, is what you're going to see, but you can see exactly what happened. So even though AMP is not at the high, which IXL is at, IXHL, it has the biggest change from the open. But AMP, I don't even know what it was when the race started, but because this stock was down at 324, well, I don't know what it was when the race started. Does that make sense? All I do know, though, it's moved 33% since the race started. So how's that? You're right. I mean, the market scope has a race, doesn't it? The only problem is you can only have, unless, so here's today's biggest gainer. So you can run a race based on biggest gainers percent stock race. This is going to be a 10-minute race. Problem is you can't, I don't think you can adjust this. You cannot control, the length of the race. I mean, I think 10 minutes might be too long. I think this is fine if you, but I really think, though, that if you can control this, because you can create your own top list with your criteria, the price range you want, the minimum volume that you want, things like that, and then you can control it. And what happens is, over the course of the day, if you start running this, say at 9:30, you can run it in the pre-market, but if you start running this, say at 9:30, there'll be a top 10 list of stocks that will be built for you based on the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. And there's Chris. He's got one that you can have too. Chris is more of a, I'm not using the races anymore, though seeing this, maybe I should be. I think the races are great when it's especially when you're getting into these low floaters. And then you start to see some really nice moves. Now, how you trade it, again, it's got to be up to you. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. You know, you start to see something moving, you click on it, see what it looks like on the chart. But how would you have traded AMP? You know, I mean, I'm looking at it now. I mean, seeing it now is pretty awesome. But and I'm seeing it here too. I mean, you know, that's why, you know, I've sort of gone back to the real-time alerts because I see it right here. The problem with unusual prints, it's no, you can't. You shouldn't use unusual. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about. Well, a race can only be built on a on a filter. Okay, so if you're talking about this, I mean, you have to base the race on a filter. So if you're talking about unusual prints, okay. Now you might. I mean, you might want to put that maybe if you want. I've never used this. I've never used the unusual prints. Okay. You might maybe use it as a filter, sorry, as an alert, and then you run the race based on some other, you know, the ones that is moving the most. I've never used it, so Marty. Chris, have you ever used this? I don't think I've ever used the unusual prints. I'm feeling if you want to see the stocks that are moving, use the change from the open. Okay, change from the open when the race started. I want to see the stocks that are moving right now, just like any other race. You know, gun goes off, who's winning the race? Now, the person who starts leading the race at the very beginning doesn't necessarily is not necessarily going to be the winner at the end, right? You know, like if Usain Bolt coming from the end and just in the back of the pack and just overtaking, winning the race. Though he usually started out right from the beginning. But you know what I mean? It's I would probably use, you know, just the change from the open. You know, here's SNGX on the move. Now, where this can be better than the real-time alerts, and I'll get to your question in a second, KR. Where this can be better, okay, is exactly in this case. Because for me to see SNGX here, okay, that just won a race, it would have to take out the high of the day. And so this, of course, the racing does not have anything to do with the high of the day. So for me to see it up here in my momentum scan, now AMP E, you know, that showed up because it took out the high of the day. Okay, there was the high of the day right back there. But it's possible in the race it was starting to show it right here. Does that make sense? I used to when I sort of got into the racing, I used to think, okay, you know what, this is not bad for pullback trades. Because you know, because I didn't really have a good scan for pullbacks. I wasn't really a pullback trader. So so if I had to rely on stocks making new highs or lows of the day for me to see it, you know, I'm not gonna I didn't have like what I would call a like anything that could identify a pullback. But this can, because just as I was saying, SNGX, boy, Chris, this charts, you know, this pulled back down to here and it started to run. Now, does it mean the same thing though, as Chris said, and I say, okay, you get this information, how are you going to trade it? Still, you know, it doesn't just because something has won a race or winning a race doesn't mean you pile into it. But at least you can, you know, it'll identify something that is moving. No, KR, I'm not talking, I'm not. So you want to see a stock, you want to see stocks that have gapped at least 50% during the month of November. Well, with my change filter. So say change in 20 days, okay? That's basically what it is because it's trading days, okay? So you could put a percent of what the change has been in 20 days. You could use that right now. And then you could use maybe a top list and rank them to see what stocks have changed the most in the in 20 days. Does that make sense? So you wouldn't even have to, you wouldn't have, you could put maybe a minimum change that you want, and then you would have this as a column and sort on the column. So then you would see the ones that have moved the most. So you could put a minimum change of 50%, for instance. A minimum of 50. So you're not going to see anything. You're not going to see stocks that have only changed, like gone up 10%. So you could put a minimum change of 50%. Okay. And then create your other filters, price range you like, minimum volume that you want, perhaps. And then sort on that column. Make sure, as a top list, make sure you have that as a column. And then you can sort on it and it'll show you the stocks that have moved the most with at least a minimum of 50%. Does all that make sense? Let me take this top list just for fun. So let's just say, for instance, I did this. Configure, change. I know I could type it in, but okay, change 20 days, add the filter, make it a minimum of 50%, excuse me, 50%. I'll keep all these other filters in here, okay? I just want to really see what's going to happen and then add it as a column. Okay, and then sort on that column. So, I mean, you're going to get some crazy ones, but here they are. Here's that minim, it's changed 735%, but all the way down to 50%. So I could give you this, okay? I could just give you this, and then, you probably want to rename it and all, and then you could, can use it like a template, add whatever price range you want, maybe a minimum volume, as all this is up to you, or you can start from scratch. So if I click on, obviously, if I click on any one of these, especially these crazy ones, they're going to be way in a 20-day. I mean, look at 20-day, go back 20 days. So you can try that. If you don't want this, you can just, and of course we have all sorts of different time periods. You seem, why did that happen? Oh, I went to the tree or this the tree map. Okay. So what you can do, of course, You can pick different time periods and just have them as column headers. So if your main one is the 20 days, but you could add maybe, some other times. You could add, 5 and 10, a year, the change in the year, since January 1, things like that. You could add these different columns and then sort on those columns to see what's up. Okay? William, I see you're back. Okay. Okay. So that means the room will be open till 4 anyway. Okay. Price alerts. Okay. So I'll bring up my price alerts window. Well, AMP is the one now. Huh. This is the late day bloomer. Okay. So watch what I do, Tony. Here are my price. These are my price alert. This is my price alert window. Okay. If I want to get rid of these ones that have triggered, okay, so I can just start highlighting them. I just left click and hold the mouse down, the left click on the mouse down. So I'm highlighting, okay, and if that's what I want to get rid of, then just right click now that I've highlighted them and delete. Okay. If I want to get rid of now, you can cherry pick. So in other words, if it's not, if it, you don't want to get rid of this one, so then I control key, press down on my keyboard, highlight another one, control key, keep pressing it down. So you can kind of pick and choose. Typically, that never happens with me. I'm just usually doing something like this, highlighting everything I don't want, and then right click, delete. Okay, that works. Okay, great. So the market's put in a nice little run, guys. Dow is still up big. Nas is crawling back, but the market's put in a nice little run here. All right, guys. Any other questions before I take off? William is back, so he'll keep the room open until 4 at least. So I am going to put the main trading room link into YouTube. So if you want to head over there when I take off, there'll be no more screen sharing and nobody be on the mic. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. So thanks for all the help today. I'm going to pack it in and I'll open the rooms tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. And the same with you guys over in YouTube.